Dr. Lalit Bhasan, who would be chairing the session that begins just now. So on a list of distinguished speakers, we have several representatives from senior law firms, including Advocate Lalit Bhasan, President, Society of Indian Law Firms, Advocate Lakshmi Kumaran from Lakshmi Kumaran and Sridharan Law Firm, Ms. Neena Gupta, Advocate Neena Gupta from Lalit Bhasan and Company, Advocate Gaurav Dudeja from Phoenix Legal, Advocate Anand Srivastav from Link Legal, Advocate Ms. Shweta Sahu from Nishit Desai Associates, and Mr. Rohit Ashwaprasad from JSA Law Firm. Sir, may Advocate Anand Srivastav from Link Legal, Advocate Ms. Shweta Sahu from Nishit Desai
Thank you,
Associates,
Ashwati.
and Mr. Rohit Ashwaprasad from JSA Law Firm.
She's the assistant law professor here for this university. Worthy members of the Bar Council of India and the State Bar Council, the Chairman of the Executive Committee, Mr. Apurva Sharma, worthy members of all my dear and senior colleagues, the Vice Chancellors who have come from different universities, the faculty members who have also assembled here from different parts of India, and last but not the least, the young students who are either already studying in different law colleges across the country, and those who will be entering in the legal profession in the near future, and my colleagues on the dais who represent the cream of the legal profession so far as the law firms are concerned. Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran, he is a legend in the field of law. He is like Bhishma Pitama of the legal profession. Lakshmi Kumaran, very eminent lawyer in the field of law. He's like we have Ms. Shweta Sahu, who represents one of the topmost law firms of the country, that is Nishit Desai and Associates, the law firm which has offices not only in India but also overseas, including the United States. And more importantly, they are engaged in the field of legal research and continuing legal education. Then we have Neena Gupta. She is the member, has been the member of the Supreme Court Bar Association's Executive Committee, a member of the Gender Sensitization Committee, set up by the Supreme Court itself, where she sits along with the lady judges of the highest court to judge issues on gender sensitization. We have some other colleagues also. I don't see them. If they are here, please come on the dais. That is Mr. Gaurav Dudeja. He represents Phoenix Legal, again one of the top law firms. Mr. Anand Srivastava of Link Legal, and Mr. Rohit Ashwaprasad of again one of the most eminent law firms, that is the JSA. So the distinguished guests here, I bring to you greetings from the Society of Indian Law Firms, of which I happen to be the president. I also bring to you greetings from the Bar Association of India as its immediate past president. I also bring to you greetings from the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, which is the institute for training, as its immediate past president. And we have the distinguished presence of Shri Manan Kumarji Mishra. He's a legend, and we have the distinguished, besides being the chairman of the Bar Council of India, in his own right, senior advocate, respected all over the country. But more importantly, There have been chairpersons, chairmen of the Bar Council. I also had the privilege of being chairman of Delhi Bar Council from 1973 to 77. But the work which has been done under the leadership and under stewardship of Mr. Manan Kumar Mishra is unbeatable by any standard. But the work which has been done under the leadership, he has brought the Bar Council to a status where it is looked upon as a great institute of not just regulating the legal profession, but also the social aspects, how the lawyers should give it back to the society. The efforts of Mr. Mishra are commendable. So he, along with his worthy members of the Bar Council of India, have taken this historic step of setting up the India International University of Legal Education and Research in Goa. Historic step. There could be no better fitting tribute either to the legal fraternity or to the teaching faculty all over the country to set up this institute. We are all aware that we have excellent institutions in the field of legal education in the country. But an institution of this nature, I think it is for the first time in the history of legal education that this has been set up. And that is due to the brilliant initiative, I think historical initiative, and a very significant initiative by the Bar Council of India. And the subject chosen for today's discussion is future of legal education and scope of globalization of legal education. Subject chosen for today's. We have Professor Ranbir Singh here, sir. Very privileged to have you. And we have our other distinguished members representing the law firms. That is Mr. Gaurav Dudeja of Phoenix Legal, Mr. Anand Shrivastava of Link Legal, and Mr. Rohit Ashwaprasad from JSA. We welcome all of you. Legal education is the foundation. Eventually, it is because of the good legal education that we become good lawyers. For that, you need good law teachers. And whenever I go to law schools, and I make it a point to share my views with the young students, that you may have research tools available to you now. The technology is advanced, but there can never be a substitute for a law teacher. Law teacher will always remain relevant. And so legal education being the basis, foundation of being good lawyers, eventually some of us may become judges of high courts, some are elevated even as judges of the Supreme Court and then as Chief Justices of India. But the foundation is laid by the legal education. I don't want to dwell more upon it because we have very, very eminent speakers, but I think it is a stepping stone to have good legal education across the country, not just confined to the national law schools or the private institutions, but this initiative has to be lauded. So a big hand to the Bar Council of India and Mr. Manan Kumar Mishra. We have the distinguished presence also of Mr. Rajiv Datta, here, advocate, and Mr. Venkat, and Professor Ranbir Singh is joining us. With this, I may now request my very dear colleague, senior the faculty members.
morning. I did Mr. Ali. Good morning, student and my own colleague of and lawyers Supreme Court. It is indeed a privilege to address this august audience. When Mr. Lalit Bhasin asked me to come and share my thoughts, and the subject chosen has been one of the most relevant for today's topic. I must congratulate Mr. Mishra for initiating this process and a university being created for the international law and research. Initiating this process and a university being created for the international law and research. In fact, lawyers do not need mics. Now we are talking about the future of legal education and globalization of lawyers do not need mics. The law, the Indian law. If you look at now we are talking about the world is now evolving. Legal education and globalization of importance of India is growing. The Indian law is something which is phenomenal. All of you should know. If you look at now we are talking about the world is now evolving. Legal education and globalization can be of the importance of India is growing. The Indian law is providing phenomenal. All of you the best software for the entire the world is now evolving. Education and globalization could because the manufacturing capital of India is growing for the pharmaceutical products providing phenomenal. All of the best software for the entire the world is now evolving. India can produce. And globalization could because the manufacturing capital of India is growing. The best of accounting products providing phenomenal. Why not the legal service become and if India can produce and the fountain of legal India is growing. The best of accounting products providing phenomenal. Why not? We have been thinking become and working India can in various sports and the fountain interrupting Indian laws in the legal the best of accounting. But today's topic is globalization. Why not? We have been thinking again become and working for in various this initiative global interrupting Indian laws in the legal. When we talk about globalization, but today's topic is globalization. Basically, we have been thinking again a service industry in various this initiative in the service industry Indian laws under the GATT. But today there are 4 modes by which we have been thinking the services can be delivered. In the service one Indian laws where under the GATT somebody is asking for an opinion, the services and you provide the solution from here. Deliver. You don't move. The service one. The other one is they come here and avail the services and go back. That's called mode 2. Asking for mode 3 is and you go and present yourself. They'll establish you don't move. Like the service the establishment of. The other one is mode 4 here and avail the service go there, go back. That's called mode 2. All the 4 modes are recognized for cross-border service. They'll establish you don't move. As for the legal establishment of when you talk about globalization, what we mean, all the 4 modes are recognized. There are several laws, public international law and private international law, establishment of where when you talk about the cross-border solutions are mean. All the 4 modes are recognized. There are many laws which are getting harmonized. Where when you talk about the cross-border and global laws, we are talking about and trade. There are many laws which are getting harmonized. The entire globalization. When you talk about apart from human rights issues separate, we are talking about and private international trade. There are what ultimately comes in is the trade and investment. Globalization. When you talk about and India is from human rights issues separate. This investment treaties and trade ultimately comes in. India is already a founding member of the GATT, Global WTO, and India is and human rights. I must say, this we Indian lawyers have done treating level with the WTO law. This thing. We are saying that we are ready. We will definitely invite them so that we can reciprocally we can get our access in these markets. The market access for Indian lawyers is very big. Indian talent is unbelievably big, very high. We will definitely invite them so that whenever reciprocally we can get our access in these markets. I'm sure, sir. The market access for Indian lawyers is very big. I need Indian talent. When we do that, unbelievably big. We see the bright young minds. Invite them so that whenever they can think get our access in this market and act differently. The market access for Indian lawyers can produce fantastic results. Indian talent. When we do that, high time. We see the bright actually integrate into the global. They can think get our access in this market and act differently. Do not be able to think only inwards. You must think outwards. Indian talent. When we do that, high time. Our laws need to be amended. We actually integrate into the global. Advocates Act necessarily be amended to include. Do not be able to think only inwards. Foreign law. Why not? We do that. High time. We imbibe the best practices from integrate into the globalization. We need to necessarily understand that the best practices available in the world. We must foreign law. Why not? That very necessary. We need to have what is known as LLPs for the law. We understand that the best practices available in the world. We need to have registration of the law firm with the bar council. Why not? That very necessary. They must be regulated. Apart from the lawyers being regulated, law firms have to be regulated. LLPs, we need to necessarily have minimum practices available in the world. We need to have registration of the law. I would say the presence of web presence. They must be regulated. Apart from today, nobody knows you unless you are on the proper website. LLPs, so all those things have minimum. We need to have our own reforms, our own legal education, web legal services. Today, nobody knows. Once we do this, and we can invite the people in a gradual manner, we need to have our own reform, the integration of our own legal professionals, web legal into the global market will increase. And once we do that, I can say that we can invite people in a gradual manner sitting here, and I can congratulate you. It was not the position 30, 40 years back. You are in the right time, in the right place. Sitting here, and the future belongs to you. It was not the position 30, 40 years should facilitate. Should not at the right time, the right place. These young minds, they have no restriction on the future, no limitations. It was not the position. Therefore, let us work together. Facilitate. To remove those small hurdles. These young minds ensure all these bright youngsters restriction on the best opportunities in various fields. Let us work together. Academics to remove those small hurdles. These young minds ensure lawyers, all these youngsters restriction. Government needs lots of legal minds in various requires. So therefore, enormous amount of remove those small hurdles. Only thing is we should get ready and we should move forward. And I think this is the first step. Again, I can congratulate you for the great job done. Enormous amount of remove those small hurdles. Having a lot of vision to this law school, and we should also bright youngsters to come and join us. Thank you very much. Again, I can congratulate you for the great job done. And remove those small hurdles. Having a lot of vision to this law school, and we should also.
I think our faculty members as well as the students would greatly benefit as a result of these words of wisdom. These are actually pearls of wisdom falling from Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran. His was the keynote address, greatly benefits. So friends, as a result of these words of wisdom, these are actually pearls falling from Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran. His was the keynote address, greatly benefits. So friends, as a result of these words of wisdom, these are actually pearls falling from Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran. His was the keynote address, greatly benefits. So friends, as a result of these words of wisdom, these are actually falling from Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran. His was the keynote address, greatly benefits. So friends, as a result of these words of wisdom, these are actually falling from Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran. His was the keynote address, greatly benefits. So friends, as a result of these words of wisdom, these are actually his was the keynote address, greatly benefits. So friends, as a result of these words of wisdom, these are actually his was the keynote address, greatly benefits. So friends, as a result of these words of wisdom, these are
lot of law firms, they have already opened offices in different parts of the world, like Singapore, UK, US. And when we talk about future of legal profession, for the Indian lawyers, we feel that the world is shrinking and it has become a small place for us. You will find Indian lawyers all over the world. When we talk about practice in India, what is the future of practice in India, I would like to divide the type of practice which we are having today. It has got two streams. One is a litigation stream, and one is a stream of corporate law. Now, when we talk about litigation, it is all court. And it is, corporate is all, sitting, doing amalgamations and doing mergers and conveyancing. And we have to, basically, the field is, that there are twofold fields so far as India is concerned. Now, when it comes to litigation, I would like to talk to the young students over here that one has to be very, very, careful when you prepare your case. You have to be precise. You must know your documents well. You must interact with your clients really well. And you should be able to, put your case in the points in the forefront. When you're doing original side work, your pleadings have to be supported by documents, and they should be precise, your pleadings. When you're doing a reply, your reply should be very emphatic, should be proper. It should, your denials have to be proper. You can't have denials where you have inbuilt admissions. So you have to be very, very categorical in your denials as well. And a very important thing for a lawyer is to have a good command over the English language or Hindi language, whatever language is the language of the court. The language has to be very good, and you have to be very, proper in your expressions. When you're preparing a case and addressing the court, you have to be a devil's lawyer, in the sense that you must know all points against what are points against you, so that you can address those points in the court and you'll be able to deal with them. And very important is you must know the pulse of the judge before whom you're appearing, as also the opposite side lawyer, because each of them have a typical way of handling and they have their own, perspectives. You have to understand. You cannot be aggressive in the court. You have to be calm. At the same time, you should be assertive, and you should be able to make your points at the right time, should be able to answer, understand what the judge is asking you to, explain, and then you have to go forward. You must keep your written submissions ready at the final argument stage, and they should be very brief, and you should have bullet points supported by case law. And you have to be, when it comes to relationship between a junior and your own senior, you have to learn to respect them. You have to, even in the court, you must understand that when a senior has come, you must, offer a chair to them. If you have a, many times I've seen the students, the young lawyers, they don't even get up when the senior is there. They don't even offer a chair. And our times when, we used to always see the senior has walked into the court, we used to always offer a chair to them. You have to be very respectful towards them. And when you are a fresher and you are asked to go to a court, and maybe you can't understand what is the order passed by the judge, you must be very, very, honest and transparent to tell your senior that I have not understood. Because if you tell your senior something which is not correct, the senior may inform the client, which will embarrass the client. So you have to actually be very, very transparent and, honest with your senior. Lastly, I would like to touch upon that this is a very jealous profession. It's like a, jealous mistress, this profession. So you must have, balance your life between your profession and between your professional life in a manner that you create happiness around you. And it is very important that you should be able to maintain your health. That is why you must have something what we now say, me time. Which me time means you must be able to, look after your health. You must do some yoga, some gymming. And that's the way only you can move forward, because that's the future of your good health is the future of legal profession as well. And lastly, I would like to wish all of you, all students over here, to do well in life and make good lawyers in future and make this university a very proud institution, and your faculty members as also your parents. Thank you very much.
When she said about legal profession being a jealous profession, I think that would appeal was to those ladies here who are the backbone, if I would say, of our legal profession now, because they have an art of balancing, you see, the professional life as well as the domestic life, family life, responsibilities of running the offices, responsibilities of running home. It's a very, very important thing we men lawyers have to learn from ladies, how to make adjustments. It is very easy for us men. We go to the office, we go to the courts and then come back, have our food and then have something. But the ladies are like they are the daughters, they are sisters, then they are wives, then they are mothers, and then they are grandmothers. So they have to look after everything, including their legal profession. So this is like a balancing art, which I think the lady lawyers, they will be adopting that, because it is a jealous profession, therefore you can't ignore it. So these were great words of wisdom. And then we have now Mr. Anand Shrivastava. He represents one of the topmost law firms of the country, Link Legal, who actually specialize in so many things, infrastructure and civil aviation and all those things. So, Mr. Anand Shrivastava. But 5 minutes.
Yes, it is. So, thank you, Mr. Bhasin. Thank you, Mr. Mishra, for this opportunity, and of course, learned professors. I just wanted to focus on 3 points for all the youngsters who are starting their legal career. I think let's first focus on when we are talking of globalization, and we are talking about the future of legal profession and for the students. Let me just throw a little bit of light on statistics. India, when we speak of India, our country today is in the top 5 economies. And if we were to compare, the number of lawyers vis-a-vis the GDP, we would be not even in the top 50 countries. So the opportunity over here is just immense. If you were to talk about the number of judges, per 1 million people, which is 10 lakh people, is 22 number of judges. So our access to justice issues, Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran spoke about rule of law, there's an immense opportunity there. The number of lawyers today in our country is only 19 lakh. And therefore, that means we have 1 advocate per 930 people. And just like we have data for doctors, access to justice still remains a big issue for our country. Compared to the globe, the global size of the legal market today is roughly $712 billion. And India's legal market was last measured by a publication called RSG, which is Reena Sen Gupta. She runs an independent, assessment. And she measured the Indian legal market to be $1.4 billion. So it's $1.4 billion versus $700 billion is the size, and we are the 4th largest economy in the world. If our country, needs to kind of match what is happening across the globe, we need to obviously upskill. We have, our dean and the vice chancellor of this university is foreign educated, and obviously, she'll bring those standards in. But what opportunity and the future of legal profession we are talking is just unparalleled. The kind of growth that we have in store for our profession is just unparalleled, and the opportunity that we are presenting is just amazing. And this market, mind you, is supposed to grow at a compounded annual growth rate of more than 8% per year. So that means that we need to kind of catapult ourselves in a very, very big way. And the legal market, which Neena Gupta ma'am spoke about between disputes and corporate practice, is again 1:2. Global markets all over the world would have a 50-50 split. We still have our litigation practice not at par with the corporate practice when it comes to the dollars involved in it. So that's about the opportunity. What we need to do quickly, I think I would be left with maybe 2 or 3 minutes. But having spoken about the opportunity, what we need to kind of work towards as academia and as students is to match our professional ethics and professional standards with the global world. Well, yesterday, I'm sure all of you watched, Brazil lost to Cameroon 1-0. And so we are seeing, in a way, the end of the colonial world. The White Man's Club is getting over at the International Bar Association this year. We spoke about India having a place on its own. Stop Singapore representing India and India's interests. So there is already, a push towards India to come to main stage. And it is high time. We create more than 100,000 jobs in US today. We are US's biggest trade partner today. And it's high time. Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran is negotiating our free trade agreements. He was telling me today morning, and he's working day and night with a large team of, foreign service IAS officers. And so hopefully we will get a very, very good free trade agreement. And the last thing that I quickly, Mr. Basina stood up, so I'll just race into this point, is artificial intelligence. So please do, as students, keep your finger on digital technology. Already we see the English, Law Society prescribe professional standard rules that, that say that if you do not know technology, you're not professionally competent. So, and we have a push at the New York Bar for a similar rule. Mr. Mishra, I'm sure, would be taking this in, but, our senior advocates and our judges, already Delhi High Court has a lot of digital courts. So we will see a big move to digitalization and, of course, online services. So keep your finger on that. Please keep that, at the back of your mind, that you need to be technologically, capable. So I think those are my 3 points. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Anand, you have really shown that brevity is an art. You were able to present your point of view very effectively in the form of bullet points, but very good. I now request Mr. Gaurav Dudeja. He represents one of the topmost law firms, Phoenix Legal, which has been founded by a very eminent lady lawyer, Manjula Chawla. So, and she has about 8 or 10 lady lawyers working with the firm. And Mr. Gaurav Dudeja is an exception. Please, a big hand.
Thank you, Mr. Basin, for the kind introduction, and good morning to everyone here. Well, had I been in court, I would have just used 2 terms here, 2 words. I adopt the arguments of my learned seniors who have already presented the case, but I will use this opportunity to supplement whatever they've said. And, well, I would start with the perception of the education system, legal education system has undergone a complete change. When I was starting in 2004 and I met some of the luminaries in the profession, so I mean the general feedback that I received was it does not matter which law school you go to. I mean your real education will start after you complete law. But that has completely changed. the legal education today, the students who come to intern with us, they are far more far-sighted, they are far more complete. When they apply, they already know which field of law they want to pursue. And at our times, we didn't even know, that so many field of law exist, so many areas of practice exist. And having said that, it's very important to realize that the law ultimately, our focus should be on the learning first principles. We can do specializations and super specializations, but it's very important to learn the first principles, which you learn in the law school. So it's very important to have a wonderful facility like this. And with regard to globalization, well, the market for legal in globalization is increasing. Earlier, it was restricted to human rights issues, then international arbitrations. Now, cross-border insolvency is also one of the areas which has really picked up. And so with the world shrinking, we'll see more and more globalization in our profession as well. And I would just conclude by saying I adopt whatever my previous speakers said. Thank you.
Sometime it works, when you give the time limit and set the time limit, you are able to extract the best out of the person. It is like our Supreme Court does here. I'm sure honorable judges are not here, that you only get 3 minutes to 5 minutes, whatever points you have. If they are not impressed with it, your petition will be thrown out. So it is virtually like the Supreme Court proceedings you are witnessing here. So I have now great pleasure in requesting Mr. Rohit Ashwaprasad. He represents, I think, one of the topmost law firms, not only known in India, but throughout the world, that is JSA, set up by my very dear colleague, and he's the additional president of the Society of Indian Law Firm, Mr. Jyoti Sagar. Mr. Jyoti Sagar believes in simplicity of language, and he has produced, you see, some 3-4 modules of use of simple English in law, which is, I think, the need of the hour. We may understand the intricacies of law, our honorable judges may understand, but the citizens, they don't get that, you see, understanding of what the law is about. So he comes from that distinguished law firm, that is Mr. Rohit Ashwaprasad from JSA. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Dr. Raghavan, Vice Chancellor IIULER, Mr. Mishra, Chairman BCI, Mr. Bhasin, SILF President. I consider it a great honor and privilege that you have considered me worthy of addressing this gathering today. Today is a unique day for this institution because two sets of people are making their debut today, the students as well as the institution, for it is the start of the very first academic session today. So congratulations to all of you, and I'm confident that in 5 years' time, we will see the harvest of a very fine first crop of budding lawyers who would have been tended to by all of the teachers and the hard work that they're going to put in for the next 5 years. So I wish you all the best. Now, I am going to supplement what my previous speakers have said. And so the topic of today's discussion was and is the future of legal education, and with an emphasis on the globalized world that we live in. Now, I feel that I would like to give my observations on two aspects of legal education. One, its role in imparting legal knowledge, the doctrines of law, the basic fundamental principles of law. and also its role in the development of skills and competencies of new entrants, which is going to be very important for you as you graduate out of law school in 5 years. Now, starting with the knowledge bit, I'll touch upon on three things which a curriculum must contain in a globalized world, and very important to make it relevant, in the future. There has to be a holistic integration of law with non-law subjects. Now, law, what is law? Law, after all, is a social science. It is inextricably linked to, and indeed in some respects even a product of, the politics, the sociology, the economics, and the psychology of the people who give to themselves the law that they want to govern themselves by. Indeed, our constitution, which is the fountainhead of all laws, and the constitution of any rule-based society, is nothing if it is not a political document, reflecting all of these elements. And I feel that this is particularly relevant for a 5-year BA LLB course and the students who go into it in India, because India is somewhat unique in offering this structure of a 5-year BA LLB course to students straight out of law school. In the US, for example, the JD, which is the LLB, as it is called there, is actually a postgraduate course. So anybody who gets into a JD has already had 4 years of solid undergraduate education, either in the liberal arts or in the sciences, or a combination of both. In the UK, on the other hand, a 3-year course is offered as LLB right after high school, but that is imparted in a university setting. So not in a standalone law university setting. So their students have the benefit of interacting with people and the fellow students across all disciplines for 3 years. And then after 3 years, they do a 2-year training contract and then they become lawyers. In India, I would add a word of caution. The risk is that if you are studying in an institute where you are studying only with lawyers at an impressionable age of 17 years, a risk is that you end up with a unidimensional personality. So therefore, it is very important that during the course of your study here, pay focus on the non-law subjects as well and its interrelationship with law. Like, the IIULER curriculum has sociology, economics, politics, and philosophy. You should not, ignore those subjects and the importance of those subjects in your studies. The other thing that I felt, and this is addressed more to our administrators of legal education here, is that I feel that there is a need to develop the curriculum relating to corporate laws. And to the extent, and I speak that as a corporate lawyer, and to the extent that you students do get an opportunity to study corporate laws here, you must do that. Presently, what I find is that most of the curriculum is structured as if to prepare students for disputes and contentious practices. The range of corporate laws, regulatory laws, and other laws which impact transactional practices needs some development. And here I refer to the laws relating to mergers and acquisitions, private equity, foreign investments in India, joint ventures, banking and finance, laws relating to, issuance of securities, for example. And why do I make this point? Is because, in this globalized world, with the Indian economy needing funds from all over to fuel itself, in all sectors of the economy, it is these laws which are underpinning our economic growth today. Now, to what extent courses can be developed, can be decided best upon by the university, particular university, and by a teacher, as depending upon the needs of a particular university and the interests of students there. There's another reason why I feel that this should be developed is because as it happens that these days it is the corporate law firms and business houses where the most gainful employment for young graduates can be found. So therefore, if an introduction to these laws right at the undergraduate academic level, in my view, will be helpful for both students and potential employers in assessing the relevant aptitudes of students. The final point I would like to make, so far as the knowledge part is concerned, is that you should focus on those courses of study which have comparative element to it. India being a common law jurisdiction, there is a tremendous scope of learning from the jurisdiction of the two most developed legal systems of the world, the British and the American, and applying it in day-to-day practice, particularly when arguing matters in courts. And this is especially true of constitutional matters and matters of public importance. So today, matters relating to privacy, environmental law, laws relating to different kinds of minorities, and so on and so forth, they are all argued with reference to the development of these laws in other jurisdictions as well. And today, several branches of comparative law, not only comparative constitutional law, but comparative administrative law, comparative civil law, comparative property law, and criminal law, they have developed to such an extent that they can substantively be taught, in my view. And look at the irony here. 70 years ago, the framers of our constitution, they did the first great comparative legal study of all the constitutions of the world and picked out the best and crafted our constitution, which was the most appropriate for us. So therefore, I feel that we should live up to the example that they have set up and lay a stress both from the teacher side and also from the student side, reciprocate by them on focusing on comparative legal education. Any talk of the future of legal education in an interconnected global world will be incomplete if you do not know the basic fundamental principles of what you are arguing and as they have developed in the UK and the US particularly. Now, coming to the skills, in legal curriculum in India traditionally has focused on imparting the doctrinaire knowledge, but it has been found wanting in the latter. I feel that there are a number of skills which can actually be taught at the undergraduate level and not only left to be learned on the job, as is the case typically. So now, any crafter of a curriculum therefore must ask himself or herself 3 questions. What are such skills? How can these be imparted? And who can best instruct students in these, whether academics or practicing professionals? In law schools, I feel that skilling can be imparted through legal clinics. And here I distinguish them, legal clinics, from clinical courses, such as drafting, pleading, conveyancing, etc. Typically, in a legal clinic, small group of students under the supervision of a teacher advise individuals in small causes matters and small businesses. The law schools in the US have been particularly successful in implementing these clinics as part of their elective courses. So my dear students, to the extent that you have these clinical courses in your upper year electives here, please make it a point to take those as per your interests. Secondly, certain skills like negotiations, communications, and identifying and solving problems can be imparted through tutorial seminars and workshops. So I feel that these are the things which, if all of us on this side of the table and on the other side do seriously consider, it will hold all of you in good stead, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Here you see there is no this side or that side. I think we are all one here. We are also learning from whatever presentations are made. He touched upon very important aspect of what should be the content of legal education. And I'm just prompted to add something, since I will not get this opportunity of addressing so many vice chancellors and faculty members, that there should be some emphasis on 2 things. One is legal writing. Legal writing is being ignored, although it is a very important subject in the United States universities, in the United Kingdom. Legal writing, because the success of your case depends upon how your pleadings are drafted, all your correspondence, how your agreements are being drafted. Therefore, there should be some specialization in the field of legal drafting. And secondly, that we have about 5 crore cases pending, and this is official 5 crore cases pending all over the country. Litigation will not solve that. Even arbitration will not solve that. Therefore, try to inculcate in the students, you see, the need and necessity of settling the disputes. Samadhan, samjhota, that should be the motto. Therefore, mediation should be the answer. And I'm sure that under this great institution, which is being inaugurated today, which is the gift given by Mr. Manan Mishra to the country at large, this will be a very important topic of encouraging mediation and developing negotiating skills among the. He's either in California or somewhere because he's got offices all over. And he's one person who is responsible for bringing in foreign investment into India and also Indian investment outside India. That is the office of Nishit Desai, and we are very happy to have Shweta Sahu representing that eminent law firm.
Thank you so much, Lalit Bhasin, sir. So the disadvantage of being one of the last speakers of this panel would be, everyone has already expressed their brilliant minds and thoughts to you, so I'll just keep it very brief. Now, I personally know a lot of people who keep telling that, the kind of education which they got in their college and what they're currently doing in their jobs has no connection. And I'm not talking particularly about the legal industry, but I particularly differ because I have always felt my law school education is what is helping me today, every day in fact, professionally as well as personally. That is the importance of legal education. That's where we learn how to read a judgment, how to do research, and how to read the constitution or interpret a statute. So that we have to first understand how important legal education is for all of us. And we have had sufficient discussion about how legal education should be multidimensional, global, which of course this university is promising. I was going through the curriculum. There are European and American law papers included here. So I really have a lot of faith that this initiative is going to go up to great heights. And the level of dependence on technology, we've also really heard a lot about it, and the pandemic has shown it's rightly so. It's because of technology that a lot of us actually could get access to online hearings, legal education, and all of it. What misses our sight generally are a few basic things. We have been discussing also today about legal writing and the importance of soft skills and written advocacy, oral advocacy. But I also feel at the outset, when a law university is designing a curriculum or the syllabus for a particular subject, maybe some input should also be taken from people outside the university for a practical knowledge or exposure as well. For example, in an ADR, alternative dispute resolution paper, when the faculty is discussing arbitration, it should not be restricted to what the seat of arbitration is. Students should also be exposed to and be aware of what an arbitration clause looks like. Because a lot of times we have fresh graduates coming to work with us, and they know a lot on the theory, but they don't even know how to identify what a particular clause should be like. So I think while designing the curriculum, there should be sufficient inputs which can be taken from other stakeholders in the legal industry as well. And I'm sure everyone will be more than willing to help and contribute there. And as lawyers, or be it any person in the legal industry, we don various hats. Now, I am a disputes professional. It's not like I really just go to courts and argue. I do advisory work. I really help and step in transactional work also when required. So it's a very vast scope of services that we offer to our clients or the people or the public generally. So I personally feel, if there is some kind of proper guidance or career coaching which is given to students, at the law school level itself, they'll have more clarity about the industries they want to focus on, about the choices they want to make. Because at the end of 5 years, I understand a lot of you are starting your careers now itself, and at the end of 5 years, it's always better to have more clarity as to what you would want from your life or from your profession. And one last but very important thing which I would like to mention is our legal education would be wholesome if we also try to inculcate soft skills, how to balance time and manage work, how to manage your stress, because trust me, any profession is quite stressful and it's very demanding. And if you have to do well in your profession, there's going to be stress. So I think stress management, mental health, physical health, so this kind of management and balancing your life with work is something which should also be a part of the legal education. And that way you will also be able to serve better and do justice to your job. And we often come up with great ideas, and we as lawyers believe in being a voice, but I also feel there's usually a gap in the ideas and the implementation. So all I would like to say is hoping for better implementation and a more successful life for all of you. Thank you.
See, coming from a young lawyer, I think she touched upon the practical tips being given to our future lawyers here. Even I will adopt some of the tips which you have given. You see, well, I do that. Friends, now we have three very distinguished members of the Indian legal profession who day in and day out practice in the Supreme Court or in other high courts and other high courts. Firstly, we have Mr. Rajiv Datta, a very eminent senior counsel, a familiar face in the Supreme Court of India, and who has done pioneering efforts, made pioneering efforts in the field of litigation for the underprivileged people, for the economically weaker people, and has excelled in that direction. He's given it back to the society in his own way. So over to Mr. Rajiv Datta.
Actually, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Professor Sri Vidya Raghavan, she is here present in the hall, meeting hall. Actually, our plan was to invite her on the dais in the second session. She'll be there on the dais in the second session. But it's our duty to give a thanks to all the law firms, and she's desirous to come on the dais. I invite Dr. Professor Sri Vidya Raghavanji to come and deliver a few words of thanks for the law firms and the people on the dais of the dais. Please come.
There could be no other befitting recognition of the law firms if, you see, we have the views of the eminent Vice Chancellor, Dr. Raghavan here. Thank you.
It's indeed a matter of great privilege to be here today, and thank you everyone for being here and also for introducing me and to give me an opportunity to thank all of you who've given such great advice to the rest of us. So if I may take the liberty, right, if you want lawyers to speak for 5 minutes, law professors, usually 50 is the minimum. So we start when the bell goes and ends on all topic when the bell goes again. So, so the topic today is the future of legal education, and I'm excited about it. As someone who's been in this business for the past 23 years, and I feel that in a globalized world, the future of legal education, especially from India, is going to take a turn for the better. Our engineers have disrupted the engineering market across the globe. It's time for our lawyers to do that. And what better way to do that than to begin with legal education? I was one of the first recruits of National Law School of India, where we began this journey of disrupting legal education. And as I see more NLUs and more law schools across India and lawyers doing well in the rest of the globe, I believe that this is education, the next stage in education. And I thank the Bar Council for for creating this excellent initiative. I first of all wanted to acknowledge and thank Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran. One of my very first job opportunities as a graduate of law was with Kumaran and Sagar. And one of my very first jobs was at J. Sagar Associates. So I'm indeed proud of what, how much I've come from those times, but I am always grateful for the opportunities that were given to me in all of these places. So I wanted to talk about how American law schools, you mentioned it earlier, how JDs, I've been teaching JDs for the past 23 years. And you're right, JDs, most of my students have at least a master's in another discipline or a PhD, more often than not. And most of them use skills in sociology, economics, music, engineering to improve their skills in law. So, and that's one of the things that this particular institution will strive to do as much as possible, right? To provide you with a holistic perspective of law. Both clinical and experiential education are absolutely important. I come from a university, from a home where both clinical and experiential learning has been emphasized, and the hope is we could do the same thing here. We talked about a lot of things, and comparative perspectives is something that I want to address. Today, in a globalized world, I see comparative perspectives happening everywhere. Countries that do not accept comparative jurisprudence lag behind. And so comparative perspectives of different legal systems enables us to get the best out of, it's like the theory of comparative advantage. You take the best out of a jurisdiction, apply it and sieve it for our local realities. And that's the whole story of international trade and globalization. And we should start that with legal education. It's not that we should start, we should advance it more rather in legal education. The only other thing I wanted to highlight is about the gap between education and marketplace. I think the gap may be a little bit larger in India than, say, in a place like the United States. In a place like the United States, when my students become lawyers, they automatically give back to the university they came from. They automatically give back to the legal profession. They give in terms of time, their effort, internships, energy. They keep in close connections with us, and they help the law schools breed the next generation of lawyers. I expect, and I would request for the same from all of my batchmates, from all of the national law schools, from other law schools, but who are in the profession now. But most importantly, it's an obligation of some of the law firms to give back to the profession so we can breed the next generation of smart, confident lawyers. And I want to highlight what Ms. Smriti said, Ms. Smita said in the end, which is, law schools are absolutely important. I wouldn't be what I am today. I come from Gobi-Chettipalayam, so I wouldn't be what I am today but for my law school experience, right? And to my students, I always say, it is where we learn the concept of reasonable man, and then come into the profession and realize that it is indeed just a concept, right? And never exists in reality. Am I right in saying that? Right? So, and that also speaks for all the women who are here, right? We are the next. We are the beginning and the end for globalization, right? We represent the next generation and disruption in legal education as well as the legal field. So the idea is to make you strong, confident, knowledgeable to tackle the next generation of industry, not just lawyering. With that, I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and absolutely, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Raghavan, for recognizing the role of the law firms. Besides these 6, 7 top law firms which are represented, there are many other law firms also, but due to paucity of time, we have not been able to give them time to express their views. But what you pointed out about globalization, when people ask me that if you allow foreign lawyers to come, the Indian legal profession will grow in status and in stature, I say no. Indian legal profession today is second to none in the world. It is, and I can add with some daring certainty that Indian legal education is also second to none in the world, you see. There are students from different countries who come to the Indian legal schools to study. Therefore, globalization now means for us not importing ideas. Of course, exchange of views is always important, but also exporting our ideas so that it benefits the world at large. That is the role of the legal education. And with such institutions like this one being set up today, and the national law schools and the private universities that we have, I am sure that we will be able to achieve that. So I request now Mr. Rajiv Datta. Sorry, sir, you have to be very, very brief because we have some vice chancellors also, although I take it that Professor Raghavan has spoken for most of the vice chancellors here. So but they would definitely, will request them to give their blessings, you see, to the, not only the university, but to the students from all over the country.
Thank you, Mr. Hussain. Good afternoon, everybody. I am really grateful to the Bar Council of India for inviting me here. My dear friends on the dais, my seniors on the dais, professors from various universities, the Vice Chancellor, as you just heard. Dear students, the future of India, the future of the law profession. I am so happy to see you over here in really large numbers. I am also, I feel like also congratulating and being grateful to the government of Goa for setting up this university along with the Bar Council of India. When we talk of globalization, this is it. This is how we are going to change our legal system. I belong to a yester era, and I call myself from no education to education. We went to law colleges only to get attendance. There were evening law colleges in India. People who were working, they used to join law, and we've met many, many people who would say, मैंने भी law किया है. That is bygone. That is all going to be in our background. I am not going to speak for too long. I am only reminded of a small, I think it was Winston Churchill who was asked to come and speak for 5 minutes as a session, and he said, I need 3 months. So they said, no, we want you only to come for 5 minutes. He says, that's the problem. If you want me to come and talk the whole day, I can come right now. But if you want me to speak for 5 minutes, I need 3 months to prepare. So this is the long and short of 5 minutes. I am very happy today that I am a practitioner. Mostly I practice in the Supreme Court, and being a Article 136 lawyer, I am today very happy that those 2 minutes that we get to argue our briefs at the admission stage is helping me out today. So all I need to say is, I want to introduce you, I think most of you know it, to the, of course, the yeoman service that the Bar Council of India is doing. And I must tell you, they brought out a volume 46, sub-volume 4 in 2019, and the whole volume was legal education. I I'm fortunate to pen an article in this. So it is the mind, it is the thought behind, and we all know education is like bicycle. As long as you keep pedaling, you keep traveling. If you don't pedal, you won't travel. And I think it is just that to elevate legal education in India, you know, the backbone of, being a senior counsel, I can tell you that emphatically, the backbone of our legal profession is the law firms. And I sincerely believe in that. And globalization of education in India is something which the law firms will play a great role in. Comparative law, as you have already been told, is something that is growing. We are a common law country, we all know it, and our judgments of the Supreme Court influence very highly the African and the Southeast Asian countries. We continue to do that. We did a yeoman service in the COVID. And let me tell you, I learned my law, as I told you, from senior counsels. When I joined the profession, I fell into this sea of law. Before that, as I told you, the legal profession was very, very different. And it is from the senior counsels, and I'm very proud of the fact that I worked with some of the most senior, most eminent senior counsels in this country who have devoted not only diligently, but brilliantly to interpret the law that the Supreme Court has done from 1950 onwards, whether it is the constitutional law, whether it is any other law. The only other point I want to make is law is changing. In my career, in my lifetime, I have seen we began from adversarial. Today we are going to negotiation. Adversarial to negotiation is what I call it. And let me tell you, there are so many laws which have come in the meanwhile, and I am so excited about it. The arbitration law has gone a sea change in this country. We have the IBC. We have so many things which have come in, and I think it is the financial sector, it is the globalization of India that is to be supported, and that can be supported by only education in the legal professions. I somehow wanted to also tell you, I don't want the legal profession and the law colleges in India to become another IITs, that we develop the students and then they just part from India and go and serve elsewhere. India needs you, because as already we are all aware, it's public knowledge how many cases are pending in courts, how many less judges we have, etc., etc. And of course, we have today so many things which are facing and staring us in the face, whether it is the collegium system, whether how to appoint judges, etc. We need to solve all these things, and we will do it, I am sure. The other thing I wanted to only tell you is that it is the law firms which today are giving the maximum employment to the young lawyers. So therefore, in future, if we have to study and we are well prepared with comparative law, I think the future of our country, as far as the legal education is concerned, is in very safe hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajiv. Thank you, Rajiv. You see, even though he is a senior counsel, but I can take the liberty of calling him by first name, because I have seen these senior counsel grow in the profession after having now put in 60 years this year in the profession myself. So, we must have the face of the government also as to what the government feels about the legal education and the law practice. So no other person, a better senior counsel than Mr. Vikramajit Banerjee to please share his views. He is one of the most eminent lawyers and is hopping from one court in the Supreme Court to the other court because he is very much in demand to represent the government of India. Oh, ASG.
A word of caution before I start. I don't represent the government, I represent myself. So that's, before I start, it's a great honor and a pleasure to be here. And before I start, I would like to thank respected Manan Mishra ji, Apurva Sharma ji for inviting me and for getting me involved in this. Professors, and my professors, a lot of them, and people who've taught me, Ranveer Singh, Venkata Rao Saab, Krishnadeva Rao Saab, Nagaraj sir, it's like all the faculty members have taught me. And my very eminent colleagues whom I face every day at the Supreme Court and who I have great, great respect for, Lakshmi Kumaran sir, Rajiv Datta sir, S.N. Bhatt sir, Lalit Bhasin sir, whom we've always looked up to, and Meena ma'am. Thank you. And of course, I forgot Professor Sinha, who's been very kind to me and I'm greatly familiar with. Srividya, who is the person of the center of what this program is all about. And my good friend Gaurav, whom we met yesterday. Parents of the students, whoever have come here for this wonderful occasion. Students and faculty members. That being said, it was a success. In its own way, it produced extremely eminent people. Srividya is a great product. In academia, there are numerous products. Sudhir is an eminent product. Nigam is an eminent product. Lawyers galore, senior advocates galore, judges, number of judges. Very eminent academics. There are civil servants who've come from law school and very eminent civil servants. So, and excellent lawyers. And I think a large number of lawyers in law firms are dominated by the national law schools. So in many ways, it changed the face and it was a great, great success. But so in that context, I thought it was a fantastic thing that the Bar Council of India has now decided to update the project. And this discussion, I would take it back, Manan Mishra sir, to what I had a discussion long time back when I taught for a year at NUJS with the very, very famous and eminent Professor Menon. Professor Menon told me, and in a moment of candor, that, you know, Vikram, we've succeeded beyond what we wildly thought possible with the help of the Bar Council to change the legal profession as the way it's perceived, way legal education is done. But what we want to do is what now? And, you know, we used to discuss this entire conception of Law School 2.0. And he said that one of the most important things what we need to consider for Law School 2.0 is bring an international perspective into legal teaching. So this is what I would expect from this new law school, is twofold. Bring international law, and not only international law as in not only public international law, private international law, commercial law, so many stuff, into India, but also take India to the world, because that's extremely important to me. Now, with the spread of technology, everything has been globalized. Everything, you know, you have your practices of constitutional law. We are referring to large conceptions which are in some ways international. Our trade laws, our commercial laws, and the technology laws, they've all become international. So I expect, and this is what I would expect from this law school, is to take that entire thing forward, to create a true international law school, a globalized law school in the true sense. I am not running the law school, national law school model down presently. I have in the last 3, I will rain on that parade as well. But according to me, what was missing and what I think the scope of this law school would be is to provide that very important aspect of globalization, which was unforeseen when the law school model was started, and which today is a very important component of our lives across the board, across various different subjects. Now, I'll come to the end, and before I sort of conclude, I have 3 words of caution. And as a person who studied in a law school, and most importantly, as a person who taught in a law school. I taught for a year at NUJS with Professor Menon. The first is, I hope this law school concentrate on the practice of law. The lacuna of the National Law School, and there are very eminent people here, but I'm sorry I'm going to rain on your parade, was its huge emphasis on social sciences, which was hugely revolutionary to start off with. And in the age of postmodernism, deconstruction, intersectionality, it was revolutionary. Everybody thought it was like cat's whiskers. But what happened as a result is basic skills of procedure, basic skills of presentation, basic skills of maybe making contracts were never taught. I can vouch it was never taught. A law school of the future needs to look into this. You don't need to produce social revolutionaries, and by my experience, all social revolutionaries, as they grow old, become social conservatives anyway. So it really doesn't matter. But we do need to teach how to practice law and how to practice law in the real world. Second, I hope the law school is going to have a truly international perspective. And this truly international perspective, I would suggest, should also look east. There is China, there is Japan, there is Southeast Asia, there is even places of the Middle East, which are going to be the future centers of growth of jurisprudence, of commercial law, and the world is moving east. Related to it is my third point. In the law school at National Law School, and in my experience of teaching at NUJS, we started off trying to create a Harvard of the East. We created, in many ways, a westernized jurisprudence amongst ourselves. Now, we have to be very, very careful of that. Globalization, according to me, is not westernization. And we have to keep rooted in our own culture. We have to ensure that we live amongst the world, which we cannot disregard. We cannot go back home. But it is important, while teaching law, that we remain ourselves. All of us who've been to law school will know what I mean by that. And I'll end off in that word of caution with a quote which I always love of Mahatma Gandhi, which speaks about the challenges of globalization and the importance of being grounded in who we are. He famously said that I want cultures of all lands to be blowing about my house as freely as possible, but I refuse to be blown off my feet by any. I hope this law school, with its wonderful international globalized name, reflects that. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you. The ASG spoke about what lawyers should be doing in the courts, something about the court craft also. I'm reminded of old days when we used to have in India the jury system. If those of you who watch Netflix and all that, you will see that in US and other countries, jury system is still there. So in India, we had the jury system. And there were teachers like Professor Venkat Rao and Dr. Ranbir Singh. They were the law teachers. So they were giving some parting advice to the law students who were passing out, and thereafter they would become lawyers. So Dr. Professor Venkat Rao or Dr. Ranbir Singh or Dr. Nagaraj, everyone said, if you are strong on points of law, hammer them to the judge. If you are strong on facts, hammer those to the jury. So one student got up and said, sir, if we are strong in none, he said, hammer the table. So that is also a part of the court craft, which we learned from our learned professor in a lighter vein. And friends, today is a very auspicious day. I should have said so in the beginning. Today is the birth anniversary of the first President of India, Dr. Rajendra Prasad. In 2016, as the President of the Bar Association of India, I started the celebration of 3rd December as Lawyers of India Day to commemorate, you see, Dr. Rajendra Prasad's contribution as a lawyer, a very eminent lawyer, and then, of course, as a great son of the soil who eventually became the first President of India. So it's a very auspicious day. I'm very happy that Mr. Manan Mishra has chosen this day for inauguration of this university. So they say, well begun is half done. I think it is more than half done. All credit to you. I want to assure also the Vice Chancellors and the law faculty members here that Society of Indian Law Firms, it is called SILF, represents the most brilliant think tank, as Mr. Rajiv Datta rightly pointed out, that they are like the backbone of the economic progress of this country, because without legal support, you can't achieve anything. You have to sign protocols, bilateral agreements, joint ventures, transfer of technology agreements, and everything you have to do. So we have a brilliant think tank here of 125 topmost law firms. I am here offering to you, in the presence of the Chairman of the Bar Council of India, that we are willing to, and we have been doing it wherever requests come, to share our experiences. When we talk of globalization, there could be no other better people, you see, than the law firms. We are willing to offer to you to have exchange of views with the young students who are coming up, and with the faculty members also, who also need to be informed and tuned in about the contemporaneous developments which are taking place, you see, in the world. So we'll be very happy to do anything coming from any university, any law school. We will, please contact me. I'll be very happy to have my experts, members from the law firms, to come and share their views with you. I now request our very eminent senior counsel, Mr. S.N. Bhatt, senior advocate, one of the most eminent lawyers practicing, you see, not just in the Supreme Court, but in various high courts also, to please share his views. Thank you.
Thank you, Basin Saab. I congratulate Bar Council of India for initiating this and starting this excellent institution. Bar Council of India under Mananji's leadership is doing an excellent job. When we started our profession, Bar Council of India used to have a very passive and very dormant kind of existence. Only thing that we remembered about Bar Council of India was when we enrolled ourselves with the Bar Council, or one had the misfortune of getting some disciplinary proceedings initiated against him. Otherwise, one would not really readily recall Bar Council at all. But during the last 7 to 8, 10 years, under the dynamic leadership of the present Bar Council has really taken its rightful role in legal profession. I am really extremely happy and grateful both for the excellent job that the Bar Council of India is doing. It is playing on the front foot, so to say, and that is, I hope and pray that they will continue the initiative for times to come and lead the legal profession from the front. Speakers after speakers today spoke on a variety of issues touching upon the legal profession and the future of legal profession and legal education. Today I want to confine myself only to a couple of issues that the younger, the ones who have now entered the law school here, the students, because most of you would be entering the legal profession in times to come. You will have challenges in front of you. This is, as somebody said, it is a very zealous mistress. It is not an easy profession to really take up. Hard work is the only shortcut in this profession, no other shortcut. Hard work is the shortcut for this profession's success. It requires work day in and day out. And I would suggest those who have taken up this profession, the students here, that keep your eyes and ears open, because every subject that under the sun is a relevant subject for a law student and a legal practitioner. Any subject for that matter, whether it is literature, whether it is poetry, whether it is sports, whether it is cinema, whether it is politics, whichever subject that one touches the human activity is a relevant and important subject for a legal practitioner, because after all, law and legal practice really touches the human affairs. Human affairs is multifaceted. Therefore, it touches various subjects. Therefore, a nodding acquaintance, if not mastery over the subject, at least a nodding acquaintance of every subject is necessary for a good lawyer, because he should be able to understand what exactly is meant by a particular legal principle which deals with that particular subject. If you have at least some experience or some knowledge of that particular subject, you would be able to appreciate it better. And Mr. Rajiv Datta was talking about when we were students in Delhi University, for the first time, case law study was introduced. I suppose the rest of the country did not have case law study. It was understood that case law study is a better way of studying law. Because practical problems presented and how the courts dealt with those problems and how the court applied legal principles to solve those problems is the better way to study law. That is how case law study was introduced. It was at that time sort of a pioneering effort. And I still believe there is the best way to study law, because after all, as I said, law is only a tool to solve human problems in its multifaceted way. Therefore, those of you who have started now to study law, the first year students of this institution, try and devote yourself to study, especially the Supreme Court judgment back from 1950s, if possible, even the Privy Council decisions. Try and read them, study and try to master the fundamentals of law. the legal principles, various legal principles which are going to help you to understand how the courts go about the business of making decisions in particular cases. And you are all now used to computers and software reading, etc., etc. But still, I would advise that you write down in your own hand what are the facts of the case, what are the principles applied by the court, and what are the ratio called out by the court to come to the ultimate decision in those cases. That is very important, because when you write it down, you commit it to your memory much better. That is a piece of advice I wanted to give you, because there is nothing like reading a decision and then at the first blush you think that, oh, you have understood it well. But then you would not be able to really recall the essence of the decision when you really require it at a later point of time, unless you read it and reread it and internalize the subject. Therefore, try and internalize law if you want to really become a serious and successful legal practitioner. Those of you who want to really appear in court and do litigation, this is very, very important. Because litigation, reaction should be instantaneous, and on the spur of the moment, you should be able to recall and apprise the judge of the legal position when a particular problem crops up. And you never know which particular legal principle you would be confronted with when you are arguing before a court. Therefore, kindly make it a point to do that. As I said, you are the first year students now, first batch of this institution. So vast opportunities are in front of you. You are now opportunities by globalization has come up, and you would be able to, with the help of this institution, take those opportunities. I hope you will succeed well, and I wish you all very, very great success. Thank you very much.
In addition to the tips which Mr. S.N. Bhatt has given, on a serious note, I would suggest to the students that you must enlarge scope of your knowledge. Just don't keep on reading the text of the acts, Contract Act or CPC or our Constitution or anything. You must have a broader vision in case you have to become a successful lawyer, particularly in the context of globalization. Read literature. Read, you see, about other spheres of activities. So enlarge, you see, your knowledge bank. And that you can do if you read newspapers. One is the daily newspaper you must read, the national newspaper, anyone. One is the economic or any financial paper. Because we talk about globalization. It is inherent in globalization that there should be knowledge about the economic developments which are taking place. So I'm seriously suggesting to you, make it a habit, you see, to read 2 newspapers at least every day, and that will broaden your horizons. Friends, we move now to the most important category, because we are talking about legal education, and we are at the event of the inauguration of this great university. So we have to necessarily talk about the role played by the heads of these institutions, the vice chancellors, the directors, the faculty members, by whatever names called. Without their blessings, there can be nothing about legal education. What we are today as lawyers is because of the role, the contribution made by such great law teachers as those who are present here. And I'm reminded of Professor Madhav Menon. I'm reminded of Professor Upendra Bakshi. People like him, you see, who do that. So fortunately, we have some very eminent vice-chancellors here today, and I would just like them to, because you see, when we speak as lawyers and someone has spoken already on the subject, we say, I adopt these arguments, you know. So please adopt whatever Dr. Raghavan has said, but give your blessings to everyone here, to the faculty members, to all of us here, and you see, to the students particularly. So I would request Professor Dr. Ranbir Singh, who is the former Vice Chancellor of Nalsar and the National Law University, Delhi, to give his blessings.
Congratulations to everybody. Vice Chancellor Shri Vidya, my fellow Vice Chancellors, Chairperson of the Bar Council of India, and all the members of the Bar Council, my dear friends sitting before me, the members of the fraternity, the advocates, students, parents, and my fellow colleagues. Somebody asked me, what is your mandate at the law school? What you are supposed to do? I said very simple. And that simple was that as a Vice Chancellor, being the head of the institution, I'm supposed to create a generation of competent lawyers, those who are technically sound, professionally competent, socially relevant. So they said, what do you mean by technically sound? I said, you saw the COVID, what happened COVID. Unless and until the present generation is technically sound, they will not be able to cope up with the disruptive facilities which has come. So they have to know the interface between technology and law. So that is the first thing we need to do. Second is they have to be professionally competent, the art of advocacy, communication skills, and third was socially relevant. By socially relevant, I mean we may produce best of lawyers, but if you are not a good human being, you can never be a good lawyer. So apart from the fact that they are technically sound, professionally competent, they must be socially relevant. To whom? To everybody. And to the community, particularly from which we come, through legal aid or legal awareness program or adopting villages, whatever we do. So this is the first we at the law school need to do. Second is, so what this new law school has to do, the mandate for the new Vice Chancellor, Shri Vidya. Now, we have been there for about 30 years, Shri Vidya now, and 25 or 26 law schools. Now we need to sit down and reinvent, reimagine legal education. I was sharing with my friend that we have been fossilized. In the sense we have been doing almost the same thing every year. We need to change. And the question we need to ask ourselves by sitting with a think tank is, are we future ready? So you have to be future ready. So I wind up with this, not giving you too much of advice at this stage. I'll be always with you. Best of luck to everybody.
Dr. Professor Venkat Rao, former Vice Chancellor of that great institution, the National Law School of Bangalore, which Professor Madhav Menon set up. So I request Dr. Professor Venkat Rao to give his blessing.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to add just one point to what Lalit Bashinji has said. Today is very auspicious because today is Gita Mahotsava, Gita Jayanti Day. Remember, yes. India has shown to be the beacon light to the world. And my focus would be on the little angels who have taken admission and their parents. I would tell them, IT used to stand for information technology till yesterday. Today, IT stands for Indian talent. You represent that. Today, IT stands for India Tomorrow. You represent that. When the Bar Council of India sponsored the National Law School of India University in 1986, there were doubting Thomases, but they were proved wrong that when Bar Council's National Law School Bangalore could achieve in 10 years what IITs took 50 years to achieve, what Indian Institute of Management took 30 years to achieve. And the acid test for that is, I always call my alumni deferred dividend. The acid test for that is, the second batch student is now going to shape the destiny of this wonderful institution. And she's going to be the Vice Chancellor. And in the context of globalization, I will just narrate a personal experience of mine that I had with Abdul Kalam when I look at the face of the youngsters. When we invited Abdul Kalam to our university, he came down and said, youngsters, please tell what your dreams are. You have to translate the dreams into reality. And the dream is that which keeps you awake, which makes you sleepless. One little girl who was studying 8th class, she said, Kalamji, I have a dream. Yes, he said, please tell. My dream is to look forward to that day when the US citizens will stand in queue for Indian visa. Kalam couldn't believe his ears. He said, he started tears rolling down. He took out the hanky. He had a peculiar habit. He wiped. And then he said, little angel, your dream will become true. Because if US is a land of opportunities, India is a land of ideas. And that opportunity is given to you by the Bar Council of India today by establishing this India International University. God bless you all. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
I have great pleasure in now requesting Dr. Professor Manoj Sinha, Director, Indian Law Institute. He's got wide and varied experience as a legal educationist, and we have all benefited from his views and his what presentations he has made in various conferences, including the law schools. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir, very much. Respected Chairman, sir, Sri Manan Misra ji, and all dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. And from very beginning, I feel myself very fortunate that I have been associated in this exercise, in the establishment of this university. And I thank Honorable Chairman or all the members of the Bar Council of India for giving me an opportunity. I remember just a couple of days back, we interacted with all the new students who are going to join or who have joined already here, and we made a lot of promises. I see there is a hope in the future and hope in the university, because we have got very good Vice Chancellor for this particular purpose occasion. And I remember many days we discussed, debated, and tried to find out a suitable person who can head this institution and fulfill all the visions of all members of the Bar Council of India. It's not one single person, it's the entire Bar Council of India, all International Law School Vice Chancellor. All we are looking forward something new, and I hope that you will carry forward. आज हमारे पास समय बहुत कम है, कहने को बहुत सारी बातें हैं, लेकिन मैं यहीं से शुरुआत करता हूँ, यहीं से ख़त्म करता हूँ, और आप सबको बेस्ट विशेष के साथ बहुत बहुत अच्छी आपकी शुरुआत हो. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
You are right, sir. बहुत सारी बातें कहने को हैं, बहुत सारी बातें सुनने को हैं, पर क्या करें, वक्त का तकाजा है कि हम थोड़ा थोड़ा ही बोल के बता दें क्या करना है. So now I have great pleasure in requesting Professor Dr. Nagaraj, Vice Chancellor, NLU, please. Jabalpur, yes. Jabalpur, yeah. आप इतना नीचे बैठे हुए थे तो इसीलिए
Very good afternoon to all of you. Dignitaries on the dais, especially the Chairman, Bar Council of India, who is responsible for launching this great institution, which is going to be the most vibrant institution in the future, and the dignitaries of the dais. I'm not going to make a lengthy speech given the short time. I wish this institution all the best, and I wish the Vice Chancellor, Sri Vidya Raghavan, all the best. And the students, I think you have a lot of responsibility, and it's a great opportunity. Please make good use of this, and you will be the ambassadors of this institution and the country. All the best. Thank you.
I will now request Professor Dr. Vijendra Kumar, Vice Chancellor, NLU, Nagpur, to be followed by Professor Dr. Dilip Uke, Vice Chancellor, NLU, Mumbai. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all present here. The Honorable Chairman of Bar Council of India, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of India International University of Legal Education and Research, the dignitaries on the dais, the dignitaries of the dais, dear students and their parents. I am honored to speak at this occasion in front of my own guru, guide, philosophers, the very senior vice chancellors present on the dais. And I also feel it's a moment to share with all of you. 1986, the second generation of reforms in legal education began when Bar Council of India came forward with the creation of National School in Bangalore. And at present, we are on the third generation. And the Bar Council of India Trust has taken a step forward to create a India International University of Legal Education and Research. For me, as a head of the institution and a fellow vice chancellor, the responsibility lies to come up to the expectations of these regulators and creators, having a great responsibility and groom the next generation to lead the legal education and legal profession at the global level. But here, as a young member of the academic administration, I had taken a responsibility since July 2020 to create the Institution for Justice Education as well. So I'll be very happy to request the Honorable Member of the Bar Council of India and the Chairman of Bar Council of India and the Vice Chancellor of this university to start courses on justice education also. Because we talk a lot about the quality legal education towards the members of the bar only, we had ignored the quality justicing among the members of the bench. So I hope so from these young budding lawyers, there may be the best one on adjudication and justicing as well. I greet you and I wish you all the best to see this university at the global level. Thank you very much.
Professor Dr. Dilip Uke, please, Vice Chancellor, National Law University, Mumbai.
Chairman of Bar Council of India, Advocate Manan Kumar Mishra ji, all the dignitaries on the dais, my fellow colleagues, Bar Council of India members, other dignitaries, students and parents and dear friends. At the outset, I heartily congratulate Bar Council of India, its chairman and all the members for creating this third wave of legal education, if I put it in that way. When we talk about the future of legal education, I think that the future of legal education and globalization lies in the future of India International University of Legal Education and Research being established here at Goa. When we say that, and noted jurist Justice Holmes, who had pointed out and observed that life of law is not logic, but it is an experience. I'll put it in different way. Life of legal education is not a logic, but it would be an experience. All of us are confident that under the leadership of BCI as well as the newly appointed Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Srividya Madam, her name stands for itself, Vidya. And therefore, the light which will be shown to all she is a torch bearer, BCI as a regulator. And today it is a unique occasion because it is a sangam of all the three dimensions, the judiciary, the bench, bar, as well as academia. I heartily congratulate once again all, and I believe that the students who have taken admission here, they will be the torch bearers, they will be ambassadors of this university as well as the whole legal education in the country. Thank you so much.
May I request one of the, or any one of the law teachers or vice chancellor to take me also as a student, you see, because I am so much enamored, you see, influenced in a very good way about the noble thoughts which have been shared by these very eminent people. And to bring it to a fitting finale, I would now request Professor Dr. Krishnar Deo Rao, Vice Chancellor, Nalsar, Hyderabad. Over to you, sir. A great institution.
Sri Manan Kumar Mishra, Sri Lalit Basin, Professor Srividya Raghavan, my dear students, parents and friends. Many people have said about many things. 1986, people said how it changed the landscape of the legal education in India with the National Law School of India University. So we are looking at now another, whether it's 2.2 or 2.3, but a new law school, 2022. We are visualizing a new landscape for the legal education in the context of globalization, internationalization, law technology, and several of multidisciplinarity which is emerging. I congratulate Chairman Bar Council of India for taking this initiative, and I heartfully welcome Professor Srividya Raghavan for taking this leadership. This should initiate a new journey of our alumni, and our students should come back and start, and then what we said, Garvapsi, come back and take up the leadership role. You are the future generation of the Indian legal education leaders. Congratulations once again, Srividya. And I wanted to be here to witness this new journey in the legal education. You also have the inauguration. You have a great visitor who is Justice Chandrachud, Chief Justice of India, who is an outstanding academic and a lawyer and a judge. And you also have a chancellor, also equally interested in the legal academic, Justice P.S. Narasimha. And with the Bar Council of India's support, I think I am definitely confident the new journey will begin, and that will re-energize the legal education in India. As Professor Ranbir Singh and all others have said, it is now time to re-energize the legal education, and I am happy that Srividya is taking that leadership role. Legal education today is interdisciplinary, international, interdisciplinary, and interprofessional. And what we have seen, people said about law firms, lawyers, and several other, it's not only that law, technology, finance, and accountancy is the future. Just three thoughts I thought I'll just briefly share. I think for the students particularly, it's what is required is an intensive, rigorous legal learning. Please listen generously, read voraciously, reflect deeply. As Vikramjit Banerjee has said, reading, thinking, speaking, writing, and reflecting are essential skills of the law students. Along with that, you also have a patience and curiosity to learn. You have to learn several of the laws, cases, look at the dissenting judgments of this, comparative jurisprudence, and several other. And somebody said not only with the law, law in books, law outside the book, and also law in society and a comparative jurisprudence. Lastly, Professor Madhav Menon always used to say that discipline and hard work, more hard work, some more hard work. There's no substitute to hard work in life. So I wish all the students the success in their exciting journey of learning the law. All the best.
Only one parting suggestion from my side to the Honorable Chairman of the Bar Council of India, that what you have achieved here is not just the inauguration of the law school. You have brought together the most brilliant minds in the field of legal education. There's so many vice chancellors. I'm actually overwhelmed by their presence here and the faculty members. My request to you is that please make it an annual feature. There should be a congregation of such eminent law teachers, whether they are vice chancellor, directors, faculty members. Please make it an annual feature. I would love to come again and again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for conducting this meeting very nicely. We are really grateful to Mr. Lalit Bhasin Saab. Now we'll felicitate the honorable dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. The members, my colleagues in the Bar Council of India, they'll be requested one by one to come on the dais and felicitate the dignitaries.
As a token of our institute's appreciation for all the dignitaries, so now I would request for the presentation of bouquets and shawls to all dignitaries. Mr. S. Prabhakaran, Vice Chairman, BCI and BCI Trust, I request you, sir, to kindly present a bouquet to Dr. Lalit Bhasin, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Ved Prakash Sharma, Member Bar Council of India and Managing Trustee of BCI Trust, I request you, sir, to kindly present a bouquet and shawl to Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, Mr. Apurva Gopal Sharma, Executive Chairman, BCI and BCI Trust, may I request you, sir, to present a bouquet and a shawl to Ms. Neena Gupta, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now, Mr. Srinath Tripathi, Member Bar Council of India and Managing Trustee of BCI Trust, may I request you, sir, to kindly present a bouquet to Mr. Rohit Ashwaprasad. Thank you, sir. Now, may I request Mr. Pratap Mehta, Member Bar Council of India and Managing Trustee BCI Trust, to kindly present a bouquet to Ms. and shawl to Ms. Shweta Sahu. Thank you, sir. Now, may I request Mr. Shailendra Dubey, Member Bar Council of India and Managing Trustee of BCI Trust, to kindly present the bouquet and shawl to Mr. Anand Srivastava. Thank you, sir. Now, may I request Mr. Vishnuvardhan Reddy, Member, Bar Council of India and Managing Trustee of BCI Trust, to kindly present the bouquet and shawl to Mr. Gaurav Dudeja. Thank you, sir. Now, may I request Mr. Dilip Patel, Member, Bar Council of India and Managing Trustee of BCI Trust, to kindly present the bouquet to Mr. S.N. Bhatt, sir.
यहाँ लिखो जयन जय भावे जयंत जय भावे
Thank you, sir. Now, may I request Mr. Suresh Chandra Srimali, Member, Bar Council of India and Managing Trustee of BCI Trust, to kindly present the bouquet and shawl to Mr. Rajiv Dutt, sir.
अमित वैद
Thank you, sir. Now, may I request Mr. D.K. Sharma, Member, Bar Council of India and Managing Trustee of BCI Trust, to kindly present the bouquet to Advocate Vikramjeet, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, may I request Mr. Pratap Singh, Member Bar Council of India and Managing Trustee of BCA Trust, to kindly present the bouquet and shawl to Professor Dr. Ranbir Singh, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, may I request Mr. Jayant Jaiphavi, Member Bar Council of India and Managing Trustee BCI Trust, to kindly present the bouquet to Professor Dr. Venkat Rao, sir. Rao, sir. KD Rao, sir. 1 second. So I'll repeat, I guess. Repeat. Thank you, sir. Now, may I request Mr. Amit Vaid, Member Bar Council of India and Managing Trustee BCI Trust, to kindly present the bouquet and shawl to Professor Dr. KD Rao, sir. Nal, sir. Professor Dr. KD Rao, sir. नहीं
प्रोफेसर कृष्णदेव राव नहीं हुआ है तो बोला केडी राव नहीं पूरा नाम बोलो ना
श्री कृष्ण प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर कृष्णदेव राव, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, once again, may I request Mr. S. Prabhakaran, Vice Chairman, Bar Council of India and Bar Council of India Trust, to kindly present the bouquet and shawl to Professor Dr. Dilip UK, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, once again, may I request Mr. Ved Prakash Sharma, Member Bar Council of India and Managing Trustee BCI Trust, to kindly present the bouquet and shawl to Professor Dr. Vijayendra Kumar, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, may I once again request Mr. Apurva Kumar Sharma, Executive Chairman, BCI and BCI Trust, to kindly present a bouquet and shawl to Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Sinha. Thank you, sir. Now, may I request Mr. Srinath Tripathi, Member Bar Council of India and Managing Trustee BCI Trust, to kindly present the bouquet and shawl to Professor Dr. Nagraj, sir.
And now it's my privilege to invite and felicitate Dr. Professor Sri Vidya Raghavan, the Vice Chancellor of IIULER, Goa.
Now, may I now request Dr. Lalit Bhasin sir to kindly present a bouquet to Mr. Manan Mishra sir.
It's with great sense of pleasure, honor, and privilege that on behalf of all of us here, I present this token of our deep appreciation to Professor Dr. Manan Mishra. I'm giving you this, Manan Mishra.
Today, we are fortunate to have the Honorable Member of Rajya Sabha, Mr. Tendulkar, Binay Tendulkar Sahab. I have the privilege to felicitate him. Sir, thank you very much for accepting my invitation and taking trouble to come and attend this function. Please come. Now, before vote of thanks, you all know the great legal luminaries you have already heard and you have been blessed with their speeches. The second session, Honorable the Chief Justice of India, the visitor of this university, Honorable Mr. Justice P.S. Narasimha Sahab, Judge Supreme Court of India, who is the Chancellor of this university, Honorable Mr. Justice B.R. Gawai, the Senior Judge of Supreme Court, who is the Managing Trustee of the Bar Council of India Trust, the Chief Justice of Bombay High Court, Mr. Justice Dipankar Datta, Mr. Justice Sonak, Judge Bombay High Court from Goa bench, they all will be here. So, after vote of thanks, there will be a lunch break. The students with their parents, the guardians, they will be requested to take their lunch outside. It is within the campus itself. The dignitaries, the honorable professors, the senior partners of the law firms, the senior advocates, their lunch is here, just behind the auditorium, this dais. So, make it a point to be here 10:30 or 12:30 sharp in this hall after finishing your lunch. Sorry, 2:30 sharp, 2:30 p.m. you all are requested to be here because the program will start at 2:30 after the lunch, and I hope and expect that you will be finishing your lunch by 2:15 itself. Thank you all.
I request you all to kindly sit for another 2 minutes and bear with the vote of thanks as well. Dignitaries on and off the dais, on behalf of the India International University of Legal Education and Research, I extend our sincere gratitude to everyone gathered here today at what we could rightly call the first step towards a new era for legal education in India. Indeed, Rome was not built in a day. For this institute to commence functioning, numerous people have invested their mental, emotional, time, and other labor in tremendous amounts. We express our most sincere gratitude to the multitude of actors who worked hard to pave this path to realize the dream of globalizing legal education in India. Primarily, I thank Dr. Lalit Bhasin, President, Society of Indian Law Firms, for chairing this session. Kindly agreeing to that, so thank you. All the distinguished academicians, senior advocates, senior partners of law firms, legal luminaries and jurists, we thank you all for becoming a part of the ceremony and for your inspiring address to the students. Your words would guide and shape these young minds present and in attendance, and we hope they would, after graduation, follow your footsteps. You are who this young and excited crowd look up to, and we are thankful to you for gracing this ceremony and interacting with us all. Especially, we also record our sincere gratitude to Mr. Rajiv Datta, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India, Mr. Vikramjit Banerjee, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India, Mr. V. Lakshmi Kumaran, Founder and Managing Partner, Lakshmi Kumaran and Sridharan Attorneys, and all other dignitaries who spoke today, as well as those who are present today. Apart from the dignitaries aforementioned, we also thank the Honorable Chairman, Shri Manan Kumar Mishra, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India, and Chairman, BCI Trust and BCI. Also, the Secretary, Bar Council of India, and Officiating Secretary, BCI Trust, and all other distinguished members and staff of the Trust. We express our sincere gratitude to all our distinguished members, especially Mr. Prabhakaran Subramaniam, Mr. A. Rami Reddy, Mr. Ved Prakash Sharma, Mr. Suresh Chandra Shrimali, Mr. Srinath Tripathi, Mr. Pratap Mehta, Mr. Debi Prasad Thal, Mr. Shailendra Dubey, Mr. Dilip K. Patel, Mr. Pratap Singh, Mr. P. Vishnuvardhan Reddy, Mr. D. K. Sharma, Mr. Jayan Jaipave Dattatre, Mr. Amit Vaid, and Mr. Apurva Kumar Sharma. Apart from them, we also express our gratitude to the numerous staff who worked in different administrative capacities to coordinate and organize this event. We also thank all the distinguished academicians who guided us through the process, including Professor Dr. N.L. Mitra, former Vice Chancellor, National University, Jodhpur, Professor Dr. Ranbir Singh, founder and former Vice Chancellor, National University, Delhi, Professor Dr. Venkat Rao, former Vice Chancellor of National Law School of India, University, Bangalore, and current chairperson, Vivekananda School of Law and Legal Studies, New Delhi, Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Sinha, Director, Indian Law Institute, Professor Dr. Vijendra Kumar, Vice Chancellor, MNLU Nagpur, Professor Dr. Dilip UK, MNLU Mumbai, Professor Dr. S. Shanta Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Gujarat National University, Professor Dr. Sri Krishnadeva Rao, Vice Chancellor, Nalsar, Hyderabad, Professor Dr. V. Nagaraj, Vice Chancellor, DNLU Jabalpur. Without your valuable contribution and guidance, this day would not have been possible. We also thank all the staff members and crew who coordinated and executed transportation, accommodation, food, etc. for this event. We also thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Srividya Raghavan, whose zeal and enthusiasm is excitingly infectious, and all the newly appointed teaching and administrative staff. Last but perhaps most importantly, we thank all the parents and students who are present here, through whom this institute will function and flourish. Thank you all.
You all are expected to be here by 2:15.
Hello? Hello? Mic check? Yes.
Excuse me, all parents and students, kindly leave the first 5 rows for dignitaries and please be seated starting from the 6th row. And you're also requested to ensure that your mobile phones are on silent to ensure that no disruptions happen. We'll begin shortly. Just kindly wait, please.
दो कैंडल है ये जो है जला लिया है क्या हाँ जला देने तो फिर तो उस समय पकड़ता नहीं है ना जल्दी कपूर लगा दिया सब में हाँ है
Greetings from the Bar Council of India, BCA Trust PF. As the statutory regulator of legal education and legal profession in India, the Bar Council of India, through its trust, had established the NLSIU Bangalore in 1986. Now, we establish the India International University of Legal Education and Research at Goa, IIULER, to take legal education to the next level with the generosity and help from the government of Goa in allocating land and transit building of the university. The Honorable Chief Justice of India will be the visitor, and Honorable Justice P.S. Narasimha is the Chancellor. And further, the university is guided by the BCA Trust, which is spearheaded by the Honorable Justice B.R. Gawai and Honorable Justice Suryakant, judges of Supreme Court of India, who are trustees. Other eminent dignitaries include the Honorable Union Minister for Law and Justice and the Honorable Chief Minister of Goa. All of the dignitaries, including Honorable Chairman, Bar Council of India, and of its trust, along with the members of BCI and trustees of BCA Trust, will inaugurate the academic session and campus at Goa on 3rd December 2022, along with the Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Sri Vidya Raghavan. Our vision will be imparted as a part of the law degrees, offering a combination of theory, research, and practical clinical training. Thank you. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Sri Vidya Raghavan. Our vision will be imparted as a part of the law degrees, offering a combination of theory, research, and practical clinical training. Thank you. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Sri Vidya Raghavan. Our vision will be imparted as a part of the law degrees, offering a combination of theory, research, and practical.
All students and parents are kindly requested to remain seated. We'll just begin shortly.
All the honorable guests, the students, their parents, you all are requested to take your seat. Now the Honorable Chief Justice of India and all the honorable guests, they are coming on the dais.
Kindly rise, the honorable guests have arrived. Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, all students, parents, staff, and other guests present. This ceremony marks the beginning and culmination of the BCI Trust's vision, both at the same time. The objective to transform legal education in India has culminated in the establishment of this institute, which also marks the beginning of our journey onward. We have been honored with the cooperation, assistance, guidance, and presence of the most distinguished legal luminaries from the judiciary, the academia, the bar, and the bench in the process of realizing this dream. The India International University of Legal Education and Research is built on the vision of globalizing legal education, bringing it at par with international standards. We endeavor that this institute will drive a new era in legal education, focusing on quality research, teaching, and in harnessing a new academic culture. Today is also an auspicious day for Goa, since it is the feast of Saint Francis Xavier, and we are happy that we could begin this journey today. With this, we mark the opening of the inaugural ceremony. Shri Manan Kumar Mishra, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India, and Chairman, BCI. He is also Chairman of BCI Trust and has played a major role in spearheading the establishment of this institute. I request you, sir, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
immense pleasure for all of us to welcome Honorable Dr. Justice D.Y. Chanchud, the Chief Justice of India, who is the visitor of the IIULER GOA. Friends, Dr. Chanchud holds BA honors in economics from St. Stephen's College, New Delhi. LLB from Campus Law Center, Delhi University. Then he obtained LLM degree and doctorate in juridical sciences from Harvard Law School, US. Justice Chanchud has delivered lectures at Australian National University, Harvard Law School, Yale Law School, and the University of Witwatersrand, South Africa. He was a speaker at conferences organized by bodies at United Nations. My Lord, Mr. Justice Chanchud was the visiting professor at Oklahoma University School of Law, USA, and University of Mumbai. Fortunately, our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Professor Sri Vidya Raghavan, she was also a professor at the same university. Justice Chanchud has practiced law at Supreme Court and Bombay High Court. He was designated as senior advocate in June 1998 and additional Solicitor General of India from 1998 until his appointment as a judge of the Bombay High Court. We are truly honored to have a man, a visionary, an academics, and a perfect judge to have the visitor of IIULER and the Chief Justice of India today. See the fortune of this IIULER Goa, that a man like Dr. Chanchud, who has delivered lectures in Yale University, Harvard University, he is the visitor, and the students, newly admitted students, they are so fortunate that they'll be having the occasion to have and actually get the benefit of his lectures all the times. Dr. Chanchud will be here to address you and to guide you. Honorable Mr. Justice B.R. Gawai, the Senior Judge, Supreme Court of India, and the Managing Trustee of Bar Council of India Trust. He practiced law in Bombay High Court, also at Nagpur bench. Then in various fields, constitutional law, criminal law, civil law, service matters. He was a very efficient lawyer there. He was appointed as Assistant Government Pleader and Additional Public Prosecutor in the High Court of Judicature at Bombay, Nagpur bench, from August 1992 to July 1993. Later, he was appointed as the Government Pleader and Public Prosecutor for Nagpur bench in 2000, and he was elevated as the Judge of High Court in November 2003. The other dignitary on the dais, the Chancellor of India International University, is Honorable Mr. Justice P.S. Narasimha. Justice Narasimha was born on 3rd May 1963, and he is an eminent writer. He was brought up in Hyderabad. Justice Narasimha passed his LLB in 1988 and started practicing in Andhra Pradesh High Court. Thereafter, he moved to New Delhi to practice at Supreme Court in 2008. He was designated as a senior advocate in May 2024, and he was appointed as additional Solicitor General. He held this position till 15 December 2018, having resigned from the post, citing personal reason. He was also a member of National Legal Services Authority. Justice Narasimha will be the third person directly appointed from the bar to be the Chief Justice of India. Justice Narasimha, as a senior advocate, was the key to the unlocked gridlock of BCCI. He is a very good negotiator. We welcome our Chancellor, Honorable Mr. Justice P.S. Narasimha, in this august gathering today. I also welcome Honorable Mr. Justice Dipankar Datta, the Chief Justice of Bombay High Court, Honorable Mr. Justice Sonak, Honorable Law Minister of Government of Goa, the Attorney General for India, Mr. R. Venkat Ramani, the Advocate General Goa, my friends in the Bar Council. Sir, I have the occasion to welcome the great academics of the country, Professor Dr. Venkat Rao, the former Vice Chancellor of NLS Bangalore, Professor Dr. Ranbir Singh Saab, the former Vice Chancellor, the founder Vice Chancellor of Nalsar, Hyderabad, and former Vice Chancellor of NLU Delhi, the Dr. Manoj Kumar Sinha, the Director ILI, Dr. Dilip Uke, Vice Chancellor, Aurangabad NLU, Dr. Professor Nagaraj, the Vice Chancellor, NLU Jabalpur, Dr. Vijendra Kumar, NLU Nagpur Vice Chancellor, and we have among us the senior advocates and the senior partners, the proprietors of several law firms of the country, the noted and renowned law firms of the country, Mr. Lalit Bhasin Saab, Lakshmi Kumaran Saab, and so many partners, senior partners of law firms. I welcome you all in this august gathering. My dear students, their parents, the media people, other dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, I welcome all of you. Sir, today you are going to inaugurate the first academic session of India International University of Legal Education and Research at Goa. This university Act was passed in the year 2021, and the dream is to internationalize the Indian legal education. We had to pass through a very long journey in establishment of this great institution. The vision before establishment, before finalizing the courses, before selecting our best Vice Chancellor who is sitting on the dais, Dr. Professor Sri Vidya Raghavan, we had to exercise for about 6 months. And I must admit, and I must thank to the Honorable 3 judges sitting on the dais that this institution could get the best Vice Chancellor today. It's all the efforts of the academics, and the honorable judges. The selection process actually involved a lot of time, but ultimately we got the best Vice Chancellor. She is in the process of getting very good teachers. We have already got some of them. And today, without wasting much of your time, I know not only the Chief Justice of India and a renowned judge of Supreme Court, my Lord Mr. Justice D.Y. Chanchud, he is a very good lecturer also. Therefore, I want to waste the precious time today. Let us hear the honorable dignitaries on the dais and take benefit of them. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, we would honor our dignitaries by presenting a token of our appreciation, by presenting them bouquets. So, Honorable Chairman, sir, I request you to kindly present a bouquet to our Honorable Chief Justice of India, Dr. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud. All may kindly rise for the ceremony of lighting of the lamp, please. Now, as a token of our appreciation, may I request Honorable Chairman, sir, to kindly present the bouquet to Honorable Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, sir. Now, may I request Mr. S. Prabhakaran, Vice Chairman, BCI and BCI Trust, to kindly present a bouquet to Honorable Mr. Justice B.I. Gawai, Judge, Supreme Court of India, and Honorable Member, Managing Trustee, BCI Trust, and guest of honor of this event. May I now request Mr. Ved Prakash Sharma, Member, Bar Council of India, and Managing Trustee of BCI Trust, to kindly present a bouquet To the Honorable Chancellor of this institute, Honorable Mr. Justice P.S. Narasimha, Judge, Supreme Court of India. Thank you, sir. Now may I request Mr. Apurva Kumar Sharma, Executive Chairman, BCI and BCI Trust, to kindly present the bouquet to Honorable Mr. Justice Dipankar Datta, Chief Justice, High Court of Bombay, and Member, Executive Council of the University. Thank you, sir. Now may I request Mr. Srinath Tripathi, Member, Bar Council of India, and, Managing Trustee of BCI Trust, to Honorable Mr. Justice Sonak. Thank you, sir. May I now request Mr. Pratap Mehta, Member, Bar Council of India and Managing Trustee of BCI Trust, to kindly present a bouquet to Honorable Mr. Nilesh Kabral, Minister of Law, Government of Goa. May I now request Mr. Vishnuvardhan Reddy, Member, Bar Council of India and Managing Trustee of BCI Trust, to kindly present a bouquet to Attorney General of India, Mr. R. Venkatramani, sir. May I now request Mr. Suresh Chandra Shrimali, Member, Bar Council of India and Managing Trustee of BCI Trust, to kindly present a bouquet to Mr. Devidas Pangam, Advocate General of Goa. Now may I request Mr. D.K. Sharma, Member, Bar Council of India and Managing Trustee, BCI Trust, to kindly present a bouquet to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Srividya Raghavan. Thank you, sir. Professor Dr. Srividya Raghavan is Honorable Vice Chancellor, India International University of Legal Education and Research. Prior to this, she was a professor at the School of Law and the Director of India Programs at the Texas A&M University. She completed her graduation from the National Law School of India, University, Bangalore, and her post-graduation from the prestigious King's College, London. She obtained her SJD from the George Washington University School of Law and was also a recipient of the Fulbright Grant in 2014. Her core area of expertise is the intersection of IPR and trade, on which she has worked and published extensively. May I request you, ma'am, to kindly deliver the introductory address.
Thank you, everyone. At the outset, it's a matter of great honor and privilege to get this opportunity to work with distinguished members of our Indian Supreme Court, our dynamic Chief Justice, the justices, the Chancellor of the University, and the other justices, both of the Supreme Court, the state courts, and the other courts. I also want to say it's a matter of great privilege to be able to be in cohort with the vice chancellors of the various universities. Many of them have nurtured me, helped me, and it's thanks to many of their efforts that I am where I am today. So I'm very thankful for this opportunity. When I look at all of you, I remember my days back in the NLS, right? So the first thing that struck me today when I saw some of the students was, oh my God, I've become so old. Some of you looked so young, right? It's the, you know, I enjoy the experience of taking a regular mind and shaping that into a legal mind. And to be able to do that as part of this law university will be a fantastic experience. I remembered my own time as a law student at the National Law School, my first day at the National Law School. When I looked around and when I saw everyone around me, a couple of things became very clear. Of course, the first thing is very obvious. I was the shortest in the whole batch, but that's besides the point, right? Even today, when I think about it, everyone else, I assure you, was smarter than me. Everyone else was more traveled than I was at that time. And people had come from bigger cities, from New Delhi, from Mumbai, from all types of places. And here I was, I had trudged along from Gobi Chettipalayam several years back. So that evening, when I went back and I thought about maybe I should go back and pursue engineering or something else, right? So I wondered about the one thing that distinguished me from the rest of the pack. And I knew what it was. It was my ability to work just a little bit harder from the hardest working person in that room. I knew that instinctively, and that would set me apart. And in a lot of ways, that's what sets most successful lawyers apart, right? It's your ability to put in just that little bit of extra work, just that little bit more that'll characterize you, who we become, right? And much later, when I went to the University of Oklahoma, as a young professor, that was in some ways the characteristics of the boomer Sooners as well. And if our Chief Justice has been in Oklahoma, and he probably knows about the history of the Sooners, that's okay. I'm fine. Yeah. He's probably aware of the history of the Sooners. The Sooners were part of the, I want to say, the land rush movement. They would wait along the sidelines until about noon when the mayor would open for land rush. So these were unclaimed land, and those who would run the maximum would get the maximum land. Again, it boiled down to those who would run just a little bit more, and just a little bit faster, and just a little bit harder, right? So hard work is always the basis for any new institution, and this institution will have the same as its pillar, right? Now, we have started talking about values, hard work being one of the main values that we expect from students, from faculty, and from everyone involved with the university. There is also another value that characterizes lawyers. I learned this the hard way, I want to say, and I learned this from a very acclaimed jurist, Justice O'Connor. Right, when I was a young faculty at the University of Oklahoma, some of the justices of the SCOTUS of the United States Supreme Court were visiting us. So amongst them was Justice O'Connor. And unlike the Indian Supreme Court, the US Supreme Court is divided between the right and the left. The extreme left, Justice Scalia, and of course, on the extreme right is extreme left is Justice Stevens. And somebody like Justice O'Connor was right in the middle and trying to balance the court in many, many ways, along with Justice Breyer. I say this because when she had come, her role was really important in, in the country. So one of my fellow colleagues asked her, Justice, what is the most difficult task you have faced as a justice of the Supreme Court or as a judge in the Supreme Court? She paused for a second and then she said, the ability to disagree. And then she waited and she said, in an agreeable manner is what sets good lawyers apart. And that is a trait I had to carry to the Supreme Court of the United States, right? It's a trait that everyone struggles with, and I have struggled with, and all of us struggle with, right? The ability and the courage to disagree, but the humility to do it in an agreeable manner is what will set us apart. And those are the kind of values that good legal institutions, and certainly something like IILER, will impart to the students. As far as the vision of the university is concerned, we have talked about it all morning, so I'm going to repeat some of the things. I look at IILER as legal education 2.0 in India, right? National Law School was the first big attempt, and that's not to say that there were not good lawyers before that. Starting from Mahatma Gandhi, this country has produced terrific lawyers, and so I do not wish to say that National Law School was the first effort. But National Law School was indeed the first effort of the Bar Council of India to step in, regulate, and reimagine legal education. And after that, we have IILER. IILER will reimagine legal education into a global phenomena. And when we talk about it, talk about global phenomena, we will take Indian jurisprudence abroad. It's something that somebody pointed out to us. Thank you. Indian engineers have disrupted global markets. Indian doctors form 1/3 of the global doctors. I believe in the United States, probably across the world as well, but definitely in the United States. 1/3 of all practicing doctors in the United States are from India. That's the strength of Indian education. Indian lawyers are no less, right? And that is the next disruption that we will face. Not that Indian lawyers will be exported abroad, but Indian lawyers will gain. When we say we make global lawyers, they will gain the same bargaining parity, right, with foreign lawyers. That's what we talk about. The equal bargaining parity in terms of their abilities, in terms of their construct, in terms of their success, etc. Right? And that's what we mean by global lawyers. Right? We also mean that we will. When we talk about global lawyering and when we talk about international universities, we will open the doors for international students, international lawyers to come here, but we will also ensure that there is abundance of comparative jurisprudence, comparative studies, experiential learning and skills within the scope of the learning for students of IILER. To make them into strong lawyers with ability to compete with every other lawyer from anywhere in the globe. My personal background is from intellectual property rights and trade. So I am very aware of the effects of globalization and how we have all become global citizens in our own way. Right? In this globalized world, policy making, the ability for policies made in one part of the globe to acutely affect people in another part of the globe has become a significant aspect. Today's lawyers should be able to understand the economics of it, the impact of some of the issues that others face in the rest of the globe. We cannot live in the type of exceptionalism that some other countries practice and perpetrate. We have to be global lawyers with ability to take the best from the rest of the world, but tweak it to our local realities, right? And the goal should be to develop in a sustainable manner. Now, what does all of this mean for each of you students? When we talk about IILER, we talk about students and faculty. For students, the world is at their feet. With good education, I hope some of you will become judges. All of you will become lawyers, of course, but you'll become judges, diplomats, politicians, policy makers, right? International lawyers, and more, right? That's the non-governmental organizations and more. The idea is to help you pursue your dream, but empower you, give you the repertoire of tools so you can create that dream and then generate the courage to pursue that dream. So that's the goal of IILER. And in order to have such strong, confident, smart students, I believe the basis for all of that is faculty. So the idea is we will have strong faculty who will publish, who will become specialists in their area, and who will take pride and pleasure in imparting what they learn and what they research and what they know, not just to the students, but also to the other universities, both within and outside of India. So that will take the school to the next level. Sure. And last, all of this, I want to say to the BCI, all of this would mean deep pockets, and they will be ready for the deep pockets that it necessitates. Right? So with that, thank you for your time, and with that, I allow the floor to the Chief Justice.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your valuable vision about the university. We shall all strive to achieve what you have shared. Mr. Devidas Pangam is Advocate General Goa. He has held this post since 2019, also getting through the transition phase to online courts when COVID-19 pandemic hit. He has served as the Standing Counsel for the Medical Council of India and the Goa State Election Commission previously. He has represented the government of Goa in numerous tough litigations in the Supreme Court of India as well. Sir, may I request you to kindly address the gathering.
A very warm good afternoon to everybody, especially our new Chief Justice of India. I am told that it is his first visit outside Delhi after being appointed as the Chief Justice of India. And we are really blessed with his presence today. Thank you, sir. Honorable Mr. Justice Bhushan Gavi, Judge of the Honorable Supreme Court of India. Honorable Mr. Justice P.S. Narasimha, Judge of the Supreme Court of India. Honorable Mr. Justice Dipankar Datta, Chief Justice of the Bombay High Court. Justice M.S. Sonak, the Judge of the Bombay High Court. Honorable Mr. R. Venkat Ramani, the Attorney General of India. The Honorable Law Minister of Goa, Mr. Nilesh Kabral. The Chairman of the Bar Council of India, and all members of the Bar Council of India, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Srividya Raghavan, guests and other dignitaries, and the first students of this university. A warm welcome to one and all to the land created by Lord Parshuram, known as Sapta Konkan, of which Gomantak or Goa is a part. The mighty sea receded at the command of the arrow of Lord Parshuram, and this land was created. Welcome all of you to this wonderful land. We all know about roses in December. This December is bringing lots of roses for Goa. If all is well, this month we are going to have a new airport, a new Ayurvedic hospital of international standards, and a new Zuari bridge which will be dedicated to the people of Goa. All this is coinciding with the event of inauguration of the first academic session of the India International University of Legal Education and Research, Goa. It's all full of roses for Goa. India International University of Legal Education and Research, Goa, is a dream come true for all of us. On this occasion, I must congratulate the chairman and the entire body of the Bar Council of India for having established this institution in the record time. The efforts which they have put in are simply gigantic. I must, with all humility, state here that this would not have been possible without the greatest support of the Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Pramod Sawantji. His generosity on behalf of the people of Goa to this institution is priceless. Whether it is allotment of large tract of land for establishing this university or coming out with a special legislation to establish this university, he never held back on anything. When it came to searching of a temporary place for this institution, it was the initiative and the offer of the Honorable Chief Minister that this place where we are sitting today is available for starting the courses within a span of 1 year of establishment of this institution. Many, many thanks to the Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Pramod Sawant. My thoughts also go to the efforts of Honorable Justice Gawai and Honorable Justice Suryakant in bringing this vision into reality. My sincere gratitudes to the Honorable Justices. Friends, this university is going to be a unique law university in the country, and I am sure that this is going to be a premier institute in the world. Universities is a concept which developed in India. The oldest universities of the world, such as Nalanda, Takshila, Mithila, etc., were few examples of such ancient Indian universities. The Chinese traveler Hun Sen visited India during the period of Emperor Harsha. He remained at the University of Nalanda for 5 years. Hun Sen studied logic, grammar, Sanskrit, and Yogacara school of Buddhism during his time at Nalanda. His experience in India and at the Nalanda University can be found in his book, C.U. Key. It is said that when invaders destroyed this university and the library therein, the great library was put on fire and its massive collection of books and manuscripts continued to burn for 3 months. Necessity to have an indigenous institution springs from the necessity to find solutions to indigenous problems. Our universities should find out own solutions rather than looking at the West for solutions. Historically, the best of the solutions for the great Indian problems were by our own Indians. In times of adversities, Gandhi invented Satyagraha. Ambedkar found Buddha when faced with discrimination, and Swami Vivekananda propounded Indian philosophy for igniting kindle in the hearts of millions of youths in India. If you try to impart foreign ideas for Indian problems, we lead into conflicts. Conciliation and not conflict is an Indian theme. India does not believe in a conflict in the society. Whether it is in the name of liberty, democracy, liberalism, historically, we have solved our problems through conciliation. I hope that this institution serves this country and the humanity with our own Indian ideas, principles, and solutions. All the best to all the present students and the future legal luminaries of the nation. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Gomantak. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Mr. Justice Mahesh Sharatchandra Sonak is Judge in Charge, Goa Bench of the High Court of Bombay at Goa and Member Executive Council of this university. He completed his law degree and enrolled as an advocate on the rolls of the Bar Council of Maharashtra and Goa in 1988. He practiced at the Panjim Bench of the High Court of Judicature Bombay, focusing on myriad areas including constitutional law, commercial law, service law, labor law, environmental law, and so on. He has previously served as Additional Standing Counsel for Central Government and Special Counsel for State Government. He was elevated as an additional judge of the High Court of Judicature at Bombay in June 2013. Sir, may I kindly request you to kindly address the audience.
The dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to Goa. Heartiest congratulations to the Bar Council of India, the state of Goa, for establishing this university and bringing it to this proud stage of inaugurating its first academic session. They have really worked hard and they have really achieved much. Friends, you will all agree with me that with this wealth of legal talent on the dais, speaking anything before them would be a little too presumptuous. I too, just like you, am most eager to soak up every word that the dignitaries on the dais will present before us. And therefore, I think I will do what is best done in such situations, and that is to only recall that a good speaker must be bright, brief, and be gone. Now, insofar as brightness is concerned, that is something which I really cannot aspire to. But brief and be gone, I certainly shall be. And 2 out of 3 is not bad, you will agree with me. So friends, permit me to conclude with best wishes and the best of the tidings to come for this university and the lovely students who have had the fortune of being the first batch of this university. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Nilesh Cabral is Honorable Minister of Law, Government of Goa, and Member, General Council of this university. An engineer by education, he chose a political career by winning the Goa Legislative Assembly elections in 2012, whereafter he served as the chairman of the Goa Tourism Development Corporation. He served on this position till 2018. Since 2018, he has been the Minister of Law and Judiciary as well as Legislative Affairs. Sir, I request you to kindly address the gathering.
A very good afternoon to all present. To say that the decision of the bench of judges in deciding the Vice Chancellor was the best, I can see from her activeness. And I'm sure that with the able cooperation of the state of Goa, with the government of Goa and the BCI, we will be able to take this institute to the next level. Though this is just a makeshift arrangement, the government of Goa under the leadership of Dr. Pramod Sawant has been very free-minded in a sense. A lot of land has been given and it is within the wildlife sanctuaries of Goa. And I hope Goa will be one of the destined states not only of our Indian students but international students as the days to come. And the interaction between them and us will take all our young friends who are going to be lawyers from this institute to a different level. And I hope that we all be part of the great university which has been established today with the economics which are going to be inaugurated today, and looking forward to find Goa, as we all know, is a small state in a beautiful country, and it's a destination point of the international tourist. And we will have a lot of international students coming here also to be part of the growing up. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. Before we proceed further, we are honored to felicitate 2 more of our distinguished guests who are present here today. I request Mr. Dilip Patel, Member, Bar Council of India and Bar Council of India Trust, to present a bouquet to Honorable Mr. Justice Bharat Deshpande, Judge, Bombay High Court, Goa Bench. Thank you, sir. May I now request Mr. Rami Reddy, Member, Bar Council of India and Bar Council of India Trust, to present a bouquet to Honorable Mr. Justice Girish Kulkarni, Judge, Bombay High Court, Goa Bench. Thank you, sir. Honorable Mr. R. Venkatramani is Attorney General of India, a post he has held since October of this year. He has been a constitutional lawyer since several decades, while also having authored several books, such as Judgments of Justice O. Chinnappa Reddy, which was published by the International Institute of Human Rights Society in 1995. His interest in academics and research, as well as poetry, is distinctly known to people close to him. He takes out time from his busy schedule to be a part of law institutes because of his interest in teaching. May I request you, sir, to kindly address the gathering.
My mind goes back to the year 1987-88, when that venerable Professor Madhava Menon envisioned a great roadmap for legal education in India. I keep often talking about the deep and the deepest thoughts he had about envisioning legal education not as education for litigation, but justice education. I think we have, over a period of 3 or 4 decades, with all the experiments in setting up national law schools, we have very experienced vice chancellors here. We have seen the motions of how these national law schools have been able to dig deep into the needs, the justice needs of our society. And the more you dig deep, I think the more there is a need for institutions which will continue to contribute to the justice needs of a community. And I'm really pleased to be here as a student of law and as a part of administration of justice to welcome these new entrant into the Justice Education Conference of India. This new institution, I'm sure, with all the wealth of talent that is gathered here today, and more to be gathered in future. I see a very vibrant Vice Chancellor jumping with joy to help the students with parting, sharing knowledge. I think it's a great beginning. We have a very visionary Chief Justice here and the Chancellor of the university, who is equally visionary from all the knowledge and personal experience you know about the honorable judges. I personally invite each and every one of your students here today. When you enter an institution at the birth of the institution, you are part of creating history. And when you come at a later point of time, you're part of receiving its history. I think those who create history are more fortunate and more important in the journey of this institution. So let me welcome each and every one of the students here. I wouldn't like to take more of your time. I would certainly like to hear Chief Justice Chandrachud. But I'd like to conclude one that my very personal, as nations, as individuals, communities, and institutions. But I think at the bottom of it all, if you talk about knowledge as socially constructed, so I think it's important for us to look at how differently we can construct knowledge, how differently we can construct knowledge for justice education. Long years ago, Paulo Freire talked about the pedagogy of the oppressed. I think we talk about the pedagogy of the liberators. So I think these institutions like this will be very, very important to turn new chapters in the Indian history of justice education. And probably we need not, I'm not a West baiter, but I think it's important for us to say that India will write its own unique history in the history of legal and justice education. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Mr. Justice Dipankar Datta is Chief Justice, High Court of Bombay and a member of the Executive Council of this university. He enrolled as an advocate in November 1989 and has practiced at the High Court of Calcutta and the Supreme Court of India. Honorable Justice Datta was also a guest lecturer in the Hazra Law College from 1996 to 1997 and then from 1999 to 2000. He was elevated to the High Court of Calcutta as a permanent judge in June 2006 and was appointed as the Chief Justice of Bombay High Court in April 2020. Honorable Justice Datta is our special guest at this ceremony. May I request you, sir, to kindly address the gathering.
Honorable Dr. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, the Chief Justice of India, Honorable Justice Bhushan Gawai, Honorable Justice P.S. Narasimha, Judges of the Supreme Court of India, Honorable Mr. R. Venkatramani, Attorney General for India, Honorable Judges of the Bombay High Court at Goa, Justices Sonak, Kulkarni and Deshpande, Honorable Law Minister of Goa, Mr. Nilesh Kabral, Honorable Advocate General for Goa, Mr. Devidas Pangam, Professor Dr. Srividya Raghavan, Vice Chancellor of the University, Mr. Manan Kumar Mishra, Chairperson, Bar Council of India, office bearers and other members of the Bar Council of India, esteemed members of the legal fraternity, respected Vice Chancellors of the National Law Universities, faculty and staff members, students, parents, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon to one and all. The attractive state of Goa is one of the few states of India which does not have a national law university. However, courtesy the Bar Council of India, Goa is now blessed with not a national but an international law university named the India International University of Legal Education and Research. I recall the days when meetings were held in the new High Court building at Porvorim on the way forward to create a futuristic institution of excellence. Today, we are all extremely happy and proud that none other than the paterfamilias of the Indian judiciary, a leader with a vision, Honorable Justice Chandrachud, has inaugurated its first academic session. Honorable Justice B.R. Gawai, member trustee, has been guiding the university right from its inception as a doting parent. His Lordship has always pitched in with timely suggestions and his advice has been invaluable. Honorable Justice Narasimha, as the Chancellor of the university, would add to our good fortune. His leadership qualities, I am sure, would provide correct ways of encouragement and support for the university students, and they are certain to stand them in good stead. We have the Vice Chancellor, Professor Srividya Raghavan. In her name is Vidya. I believe Vidya will flow in abundant measure from this university. And with a combination of nursing and Vidya, the Chancellor and the Vice Chancellor, the students would be shown the way to serve humanity. That the university and its students can boast of a promising start is too obvious to be stated. Confucius wrote that if you want to plan for a year, plant a seed. If you want to plan for 10 years, plant a tree. If you want to plan for 100 years, then teach the people. So, with the noble mission to plan for at least 100 years, the Bar Council of India and the state of Goa have joined hands to establish this International Law University at Goa, which I am confident will soar to new heights in the days to come. I derive much pleasure from the fact that the Bar Council of India has chosen this beautiful and bountiful state over which my High Court exercises jurisdiction for establishing this university. Any help, support, or assistance for the university and its students, if required from the judiciary, but subject, of course, to its own limitations. I can assure you, my colleagues here today, as well as any judge who is on a visiting assignment to Goa, are only a call away and would be too willing. What you might face in the formative years of this university will undoubtedly be compensated by the pride of belonging to its first batch. You're fortunate to have the unique opportunity of playing a crucial role in shaping the destiny of this university. My advice is that you should make the most of such opportunity. It is said that education is the technique by which civilization is transmitted from one generation to the other. For this, education must develop in a student a capacity to think clearly and a capacity to develop intellectual curiosity. The ability to think clearly is one of the best abilities a student who plans a legal career, or for that matter, any profession, can aspire for. Similarly, intellectual curiosity will transcend your university term and prove a valuable asset for any career concerned with law. As students, I have no doubt that you will excel in academics, but I sincerely advise you to focus on aspects like intellectual integrity and good values. Though you will be part of an international university, in your zest for trying to embrace everything foreign, never forget the immortal heritage and traditions of India that date back over 5,000 years. The traditional values that have evolved over the years in India, whether in art, arts, literature, culture and sciences, like astronomy or Ayurveda, are most relevant. I am reminded of Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore, who said, India is destined to be the teacher of all lands. Even Dr. Arnold Toynbee, one of the greatest historians, praises the teachings of ancient rishis. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family. You must have all heard of Sri Aurobindo, an outstanding son of Mother India. He believed and advocated that our country must give top priority to the needs of education and organize the whole life of the nation as the perpetual process of education. For this, he suggested that we make full and wise use of all modern communication techniques. This topic of contemporary communication techniques is very close to the heart of the Honorable Chief Justice of India. Sri Aurobindo also emphasized the necessity that the youth of India should learn to think on all subjects, think fruitfully, go to the heart of things, and not superficially. Moreover, he believed youth must be open-minded and shun prejudices and prejudgments. These are some principles the students should imbibe as we inaugurate the first academic session. It is now time for me to conclude. I sincerely wish the university and its Chancellor and Vice-Chancellor, from whom we all have great expectations, and the students all the very best. To the students, I would say, learn from this unique educational experience and go on to make your parents proud and your country prouder. Thank you very much for your patience and attention. Namaskar, Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. We are honored with the presence of a few more dignitaries here today. May I request Mr. Pratap Singh, Member, Bar Council of India and Managing Trustee, Bar Council of India Trust, to kindly present a bouquet to Mr. Pereira, President, High Court Bar Association, Goa Bench. Thank you, sir. May I now request Mr. Amit Vaid, Member, Bar Council of India and Managing Trustee, Bar Council of India Trust, to kindly present a bouquet to Mr. Surinder Desai, Senior Advocate, Goa. Thank you, sir. May I now request Mr. Jayant Jaiphave, Managing Trustee, Bar Council of India Trust and Member, Bar Council of India, to kindly present a bouquet to Mr. Kalyan Tirunelveli. Thank you, sir. Honorable Mr. Justice P.S. Narasimha is Judge, Supreme Court of India and Chancellor of this university. He completed his LLB in 1988 and began his practice in the Andhra Pradesh High Court. He subsequently moved to New Delhi to practice at the Supreme Court of India, where he was designated as a senior advocate in 2008. In May 2014, Honorable Justice Narasimha was appointed as the Additional Solicitor General, a post that he held until 2018. He was also a member of the National Legal Services Authority, an institution that ensures free legal aid to the vulnerable sections of the society. He was elevated as a judge of Supreme Court in August 2021, becoming the 9th lawyer to be elevated so. May I request you, sir, to kindly deliver the presidential address.
Yes. Honorable the Chief Justice of India, Justice Bhushan Gawai, Chief Justice Deepankar Datta, Justice Mahesh Sonak, Learned Attorney General, Law Minister, Advocate General, Chairman of the Bar Council, and the members along with him, my Vice Chancellor, many senior advocates here with whom I have worked, many judges, the registrars of the High Court, administrative staff, and others, and particularly students. I take immense pleasure in inviting you all as the Chancellor for this university. When Justice Gawai called me one day and said that I should accept the position as a Chancellor of this university, I of course had no option. But I started thinking, yet another NLU. It took me back to 1986 when NLS was started at Bangalore. After 1986 till 2022, the landscape of legal education substantially changed. Substantially in the sense of changes in the undergrad level. We now have large number of professional lawyers entering the courts, law firms, now taking up jobs. We have also seen the second batch of the National Law School becoming the Vice Chancellor today. It also attracted bright youngsters into the legal profession. That thought was quite satisfying. But the 14th National Education Summit recounts a little sad picture. It says that almost 8 lakh students leave India for doing post-graduation, and the amount of money spent by our students abroad, which includes engineering, medicine and all that, is about 8 lakh crores. It's not the money which actually troubled me. I think what really troubled me is that there is definitely a perception that we are not able to cater to the students a good quality postgraduate education. Immediately after passing out from the law school, from some of the best law schools, every youngster aspires to go and do LLM in one of the good universities abroad. There's nothing wrong about it. But then why is it that we are not able to provide good qualitative postgraduate courses in our country, which are as high a standard as that of any other university in the world? Another question which came to my mind is that we really don't have high standard legal writing in the sense of people writing good articles on various subjects. I'm thinking of law journals like the Harvard Law Review or the Yale Law Review. I have to necessarily have some kind of a comparison. Why is it that we lack that? Yet another aspect is that qualitative textbooks, not digests. We talk of Wade on administrative law or Craig. Why aren't there any good writings? Because we are world leaders so far as administrative law is concerned. But then where is that original textbook that some of us could have clearly authored? Why is it that there is no culture in writing standard textbooks which are of original thought? One more aspect which I want to place before you. If the administration has an issue to grapple with, where is the institution? I'm underlining this word, institution, where an administration can go and get the doubt in their mind clarified. Similarly, we have issues about an industry also. Industry is fast growing. Technology is also growing very fast. It has to grapple with legal issues. Even in that segment, question is, where is that institution where one could go, like a famous university or professors or a school somewhere, and then seek an opinion on an issue which is troubling them. Equally, in the context of judiciary also, we don't have institutions which have researched on issues like a defection issue or narcotics issue. There aren't any universities which are specializing on issues where they could give an opinion on the basis of a data verification, on applying new principles. These are the aspects which trouble me, and I think this is where we need to come in. That is the space I have in my vision that the present university must occupy. In my vision, I think we need to establish permanent centers of excellence doing fundamental research on various topics. It could be administrative law, it could be telecommunications. In matters such as spectrum allocation, every year this issue comes up before the court. It throws up many technological issues. It also throws up issues such as how a national resource is to be distributed and what are the administrative law principles to be governed with. Year after year we are dealing with. We need to have permanent schools and bodies which specialize in a particular area and offer their services for opinion, building principles, laws, and other aspects of the matter. There are areas which are of social justice also. Even those areas also require specialized research to be conducted by somebody. It's not a opinion to be given by an expert. I recall Justice Venkatachalaya telling me, so far as individual excellence is concerned, the peaks of India are as high as anywhere in the world. Be it doctors, engineers, speakers, whatever may be the area, you have individual excellence. But so far as the average is concerned, it could be perhaps lower than anywhere. There is an institutional gap. So therefore, working together as an institution, either in the private realm or in the public realm, is the need of the hour. One distinction is that so far as an institution in the form of a university is concerned, it will stand on a slightly different footing from that of a private enterprise, because the purpose and object of starting a university and running the university and imparting education will always be governed by the preambular objects. So we would be bound by it. Second aspect, which is again, I think is necessary for us to start this kind of a high-end research-oriented studies in a university, is that you will have an objectivity in giving an opinion. I think this university will definitely be able to cater. It will going to focus on such high-end research and fundamental research on each of those aspects of it. Then Chief Justice used to say, it is too early for us to say anything more than this. On the day of his felicitation, he said, "My acts will speak," rather than speaking about how this university will turn out to be. I think the Vice Chancellor is taking note of what I am saying and will, along with her faculty, establish the fundamental research centers in this university, promote primary research, have postdoctoral research on various topics, various subjects, and let it percolate down from professors to postdoctoral research, and thereafter to post-graduations, and then come down to the undergrads and ensure that this university stands on a completely different footing altogether. In an earlier meeting, Justice Gawai had had said that, and somebody suggested that we need to get some good professor from abroad. He said there is enough talent in our country, we don't need to be bothered. And he's absolutely right. And we have with us as the Vice Chancellor, homegrown, born, brought up here, studied here, excellent student of the National Law University, Bangalore, and then went abroad, studied there, their systems, understood, worked there, taught there, and has come back to take charge of teaching our students and taking the vision of the Bar Council to the next level. I'll stand behind you in every of your endeavor, in whichever manner I'm going to help you. Finally, I would also be thanking the Chairman of the Bar Council and all his members who thought of this concept of International Law University, because everybody speaks about it. This was spoken by Aurobindo long back. The time will come when India is going to show to the rest of the world how to lead. Since the last 5-6 years, I've been studying the issue relating to the identity. When Constitution speaks of dignity of an individual in the context of fraternity, that dignity must be understood as actually an identity itself. And that is how we will be able to ensure that the fraternity, which will reconcile the competing interests of equality and liberty, will be fulfilled for the first time in our country. We have never seen equality and liberty as competing interests in our country, whereas the West perceives this to be different. These are certain small aspects of the matter which I think India, when it blossoms so far as higher education and other aspects are concerned, I think we will be able to show them the correct way to lead the world into a better place for all of us to live. Finally, I was actually searching where the students are sitting. Can you just lift your hands? Okay, there you are. You are the real stakeholders. Congratulations. And we are there with you all the time. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Mr. Justice Bhushan R. Gawai is Judge, Supreme Court of India and Managing Trustee, BCI Trust. Honorable Justice Gawai enrolled as an advocate in 1985 and primarily practiced at the Nagpur bench of the Bombay High Court, focusing on constitutional law and administrative law. He also served as a government pleader and then government prosecutor for the government of Maharashtra. He was appointed as a judge of the Bombay High Court in November 2003, where he served for 16 years before being elevated to the Supreme Court in May 2019. Honorable Justice Gawai has authored numerous judgments spanning different branches of law over the course of his tenure. Some important decisions by the Honorable Judge upheld compassion, humanity, and human rights. We have the privilege of having Honorable Mr. Justice Gawai as our guest of honor. May I request you, sir, to kindly deliver the keynote address.
Today's chief guest, the head of the family of judiciary, Dr. Dhananjay Chandrachud, the Chief Justice of India, my dear friend and the Chancellor of the University, Justice Narasimha, the Chief Justice of the Bombay High Court, Justice Dipankar Datta, the learned Attorney General, Mr. Venkatramani, my learned colleague, Justice Mahesh Sonak, Justice Girish Kulkarni, and Justice Bharat Deshpande, Shri Nilesh Cabriol, the Law Minister, State of Goa, my dear friend Devidas Pangam, the Advocate General for State of Goa, Shri Manan Kumar Mishra, the Chairman of the Bar Council of India, Dr. Srividya Raghavan, the Vice Chancellor, Shri Prabhakaran, Shri Apurva Kumar Sharma, and Shri Jayanta Jayabhave, as well as all other members of the Bar Council of India on the dais, the members of the various state bar councils present here, Shri Pereira, the President of the High Court Bar Association, Goa, the Vice Chancellors of various universities, law universities present here, the academicians present here, the faculty members, and there are various senior lawyers present here from the Supreme Court, the learned Additional Solicitor General Vikramjit Banerjee, and last but not the least, my dear student friends. It gives me a great privilege to be with you on this day. It's something like a dream come true. I recollect all this started when Justice Dipankar Datta had invited us to inaugurate the new High Court building at Goa. That was on 27th of March 2021. And on the previous evening, Mr. Manan Kumar Mishra and the other members of the Bar Council had come to meet me where I was staying, and they had mooted an idea of an international law university at Goa and also an international arbitration center. And I must say that today's day has come due to the efforts of many. The Bar Council of India, under the dynamic leadership of Mr. Manan Kumar Mishra, they have spent their weeks and at times every weekend they were here. Prabhakaran, Mr. Jayabhave has been a local person since he's from Maharashtra. And I must state that the state of Goa, and particularly the Honorable Chief Minister Dr. Pramod Sawant, the Law Minister Mr. Nilesh Cabriol, and the young Advocate General Devidas Pangam have immensely contributed for making this dream true. I recollect that we had held a number of meetings wherein the Honorable Chief Minister was personally present, and various issues were positively responded, including the allotment of land at a prime place, a land of 50 acres. Land is a very scarce commodity everywhere, and particularly in a place like Goa, it's more scarce. And therefore, I'm really happy that today we are seeing the inauguration of the first batch, and that too at the hands of the Honorable the Chief Justice of India. As Devidas has said, that it is the very first visit of the Honorable CJI out of Delhi after he assumed the August office of CJI. I recollect that on 8th of June, the Honorable Chief Minister, myself, Justice Suryakant, were here to inaugurate the university in the very same hall. And in that function, Mr. Manan Kumar Mishra had said that they are searching for a foreign academician to head the university as a Vice Chancellor. And I had put in a caveat. I had said that there is no dearth of talent in India, and why should there be a fetish for a foreign accommodation? But I think the destiny had something else in mind, and with Srividya, she fits in. I will take hint from Justice Sonak and be brief. I know that we are all eager to hear the Honorable Chief Justice to achieve our dream of having an international university of an international repute. I'm not a recommendation to guide you, but I will only quote what Dr. Ambedkar had said as early as in 1940 in his article on thoughts on reform of legal education in the Bombay Presidency. And I think that does argument play in a lawyer's business, that I'm prepared to say that argument is summum bonum of a lawyer's being, purely ornamental and of a orderly presentation. To put it in concrete terms, a lawyer's training, apart from the study of law, must include the study of the following subjects: 1, sociology; 2, psychology; 3, logic; 4, rhetoric and the art of public speaking; and 5, the command over language. I must also express that in the first session today, many of the academicians, we have Dr. Arvind Singh, Mr. Venkatrao Rao, many senior lawyers from Delhi, many lawyers from the various firms, the vice chancellors of various national law universities have contributed immensely and enlightened the students. I won't stand between you and the Honorable Chief Justice for long. Our Chief Justice wears many hats. He's a visionary, he's a scholar, he's an academician, a great jurist, and also an erudite speaker. Most of the law students I know must have already listened to him on various occasions on YouTube, and therefore I would not like to stand between him and you. I'm sure that this first batch will be a historic batch. It will create it will be a batch which will produce many lawyers of eminence, judges, and men of significance in different walks of life. I express my best wishes to all the students and to this institute on this August occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable dignitaries. Honorable Dr. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, Chief Justice of India and honorable visitor of this university, needs little introduction to people within the legal fraternity and outside of it. Popular for his liberal outlook which reflects in his judgments, Justice Chandrachud constantly strives to foster a judicial and thus social culture of an inclusive and feminist society, which is something he emphasizes in his judgments as well. His vision transcends the mere letter of the law and places it squarely in the context of issues plaguing the society. Justice Chandrachud is an alumnus of several prestigious institutions in India and abroad. He practiced law post his graduation from Harvard and was designated a senior advocate by the Bombay High Court in June 1998. He was also appointed Additional Solicitor General of India, where he continued until his appointment as judge at the Bombay High Court in March 2000. He was appointed as Chief Justice of the Allahabad High Court in 2013 and was elevated to the Supreme Court in 2016. He assumed office as the Chief Justice of India in November 2022. May I request you, sir, to kindly deliver the inaugural address.
Thank you. Very good afternoon to all of you. My distinguished colleagues, Justice P.S. Narasimha, Justice Bhushan Gawai, Chief Justice Dipankar Datta, my dear colleagues, Justice Mahesh Sonak, Justice Girish Kulkarni, former distinguished colleagues from the Bombay High Court who are present here, including Justice Roshan Dalvi, Mr. R. Venkatramani, the Learned Attorney General for India, Manan Kumar Mishra ji, Srividya Raghavan, the Vice Chancellor, the Law Minister, Mr. Prabhakaran, Mr. Apurva Kumar Sharma, Mr. Jayant Jaibhave, the Attorney General, the Advocate General, Mr. Devidas Pangam, senior advocates, and all the invitees, and above all of you young students. I'm delighted to be here this afternoon to inaugurate the commencement of the first batch of the India International University of Legal Education and Research in Goa. You have a chancellor whose name has Shri, and you have a vice chancellor whose name has Sri. So you have my very distinguished colleague who is Justice Pamidigantam Sri Narasimha. In fact, Justice Lalit, my distinguished predecessor, would always welcome him to the judges' lounge by calling out his whole name every morning. And then, of course, you have Srividya Raghavan, the Vice Chancellor. Now, I was just doing a little Google search and I found that the acronym SRI today stands for Socially Responsible Investing. But then if you travel beyond today's generation, you'll find that SRI is really a combination of resplendence, wealth, and prosperity. It reflects in our tradition, in that sense, an amalgam of Lakshmi and Saraswati, which I know Narasimha has in abundant measure, having been a very distinguished senior advocate and now a purveyor of knowledge and intellect in the Supreme Court. And I dare say the same holds for the Vice Chancellor as well. It's really unique that the Bar Council of India Trust has established the university for which we all assemble here this afternoon. The Bar Council of India Trust was responsible for the very genesis of NLSIU at Bangalore. The pioneer of modern legal education in India. NLSIU started off as an experiment, and what a successful experiment it turned out to be. Inspired by its success, national law universities were established soon thereafter across the country, and the NLU model, so to speak, has been replicated in universities across India. Some of them are truly national law schools. Others only use the word national, but are basically five-year law colleges. So we have to determine, as we chart the course for the future, on which side of the line will this university fall? the truly international global national law universities or just another 5-year law university. No one can deny that the Bar Council of India Trust accomplished its statutory function of promoting legal education in the country by setting up the National Law University model. More than ever before, students are keen to pursue the study of law each year as more and more young law graduates enter the legal profession. Of course, the promotion of legal education is an evolving process, a continuing process. So we can't say that the process has culminated in a final milestone. So the Bar Council today has established another university, the IIULER. If the NLSIU is to be a yardstick with which we make an expectation of the future of this university, I'm sure this is going to be a resounding success as well, and will be at the realm of a legal revolution in India. I'm certain that a bright future lays ahead under the able leadership of the Bar Council of India Trust, the distinguished Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Srividya Raghavan, and other faculty members. The appellation which we have given to this university contains the word international, and it refers to legal education and research, but I think the critical areas are the word international and the phrase legal research, which is a value addition which we want to give this university to distinguish it, as I said, from another of its genre, namely another 5-year law course. Now, it is amazing that the government of Goa has sponsored this by giving 50 acres of land. I call it amazing and significant because, to my mind, Goa is a unique amalgam of culture, of language, of civilization, all brought together in a uniquely tranquil fabric which represents Goa. So I do believe that the setting up of an international center for legal education and research in Goa is not just another event to mark, but it really represents the very ethos and culture of Goa, a culture which brings together, as I said, different, but a very pluralistic society, which lies at the very heart and foundation of this beautiful state. Now, reflecting as I do on the raison d'etre of this university, first, I do believe it has to be a center for cutting-edge research in legal education and law. Second, I do believe that if we have to truly be faithful to this being an international center, we must source people irrespective of their national origin or domicile. By sourcing people irrespective of their national origin or domicile, we do not pay disrespect to the fact that there are people of talent within the country. But I think it would be necessary for us to broaden our horizons to understand where global India is heading towards in the next few years or in the next few decades. India is no longer an importer of capital. India is as much as an exporter of capital, but India has always been an exporter of soft capital in terms of our human resources. And it is important that we understand where India stands at the cusp in this century, a cusp of a country, of a civilization, of a culture, of a society which is open to global ideas, which is willing to amalgamate our traditional ways of thinking with modern aspirations which our young generation
leads us to carve out for them. So I do believe that it is important for us to source the best minds, wherever they may be, without really being provincial in our outlook. Third, we must have a student body which is inclusive. One of the problems which national law universities have faced is perhaps this, that the model which we use to select students to our national law universities does not always promote value-based legal education. Because we have a common law entrance examination, the CLAT, and we test the ability of students to crack the CLAT. Now, cracking the CLAT does not necessarily result in students who have the right ethos to pursue a career in the law, of reflecting the culture of the law in our country as a representative of a just society, a value-based society, of an ethical society. And therefore, I think as we go forward, I would appeal both to the Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor, and the other members of the faculty to place importance on having value-based, inclusive legal education for students from diverse backgrounds. The society would do well to amalgamate technology with access to legal education. So the resources which come into this university must not only be an exclusive privilege for those who have access to the university, but those resources can be used by pitchforking technology, by promoting access to other students who are not as fortunate as the students who will be coming to this university are. I think we must also motivate our faculty to achieve excellence by having faculty training and faculty advancement programs, to encourage faculty to do consulting work, cutting-edge legal research, by motivating them to write, to produce research papers of excellence in legal education. Now, quality legal education requires resources. When I was a student of Delhi University, we paid something around 120 rupees every quarter. Yet our university had professors like Dr. Upendra Bakshi, Dr. Madhav Menon himself, Professor Lautika Sarkar, Dr. B. Shivramaya, who taught us law and poverty, a galaxy of distinguished professors, and of course Dr. Tripathi, Dr. P.K. Tripathi. But times have changed. You can't have a quality legal university on fees of 120 rupees a quarter. Which also means that you cannot shut out students who will not be able to pay for quality legal education. So we need to find this balance between allowing students to access quality legal education, but in our effort to broaden access, not destroy the base of quality legal education. So we need to ensure that resources come into the university by establishing chairs perhaps funded by eminent members of the bar, but also for chairs which are funded by institutional organizations, which are today ready to fund chairs as they have in the national law universities. So these are some of my thoughts for the future of the university itself. But today we are speaking to the students. I'm here to talk to the students. So dear students, you stand on the threshold of the legal profession. Remember that the 5 years of legal education will be truly transformative. You will undergo a radical transformation, both on the personal front as well as on your professional front. Don't see your years of study here as purely a pursuit of academics, but a pursuit of all that is worth striving for in life itself. Spare no effort in obtaining knowledge of the subjects that you will study. But above all, attempt to know yourself. The quest to know yourself
is a continuing quest. I don't think I have attained that quest myself, even at this point of time in my life. But you must begin that quest to know yourself early, which is when you will see yourself evolve into individual personhood as your life goes along. Seek better for your soul and understanding your mind. In the eternal words of the Bard of Avon, William Shakespeare, this above all, to thine own self be true. Be true to yourself. Do understand that a flame burns in your heart. The legal profession is sometimes too commercial and perhaps desanitized to human suffering and pain. The grave danger which you will face in your life is when the flame within you is extinguished, and you will have to constantly do something to ensure that the flame keeps burning, and these flames today of the light which we lit this afternoon continue to burn. It's so easy to let the flame within you die. So my appeal to you is, do something, add a little bit more of the medium which keeps the flame burning. But you have to keep adding to that medium every few hours, if not every few days, in your own heart. You will be hard-pressed to find a bigger melting pot of cultures than a university which has students from all over the country. You will encounter people, habits, and cultures so very different from your own. Remember to have an open mind, to be respectful, and to accept others for who they are. Don't be afraid of people who are not exactly like you. Instead, attempt to learn from them what you don't already know. The best of friends are often found in the people most different from us. Extend the warmth of friendship to all those you encounter, and in return, you will get much more than what you give. It is not only your peers and professors that you must treat with respect and kindness, but all those you interact with. Every human being deserves the same amount of respect, regardless of the money or the power that they possess. Luck plays an incalculable role in determining the paths of each of our lives. And many of us are not lucky, as others have been, to attend a good school, a good university, and then go on to work on a good job. Reminding oneself of this is useful in our collective effort to be more empathetic to those around us. In the academic arena, as in life, remember to question everything. The philosopher René Descartes said, "Cogito ergo sum," I think and therefore I am. The human quality which distinguishes us from other elements of the universe is the ability to think, and therefore we are. I take the liberty to modify that for you to say, inter ego ergo sum. I question and therefore I am. The essence of the legal profession is to question and not to accept. If you start accepting what is before you as social truths, we don't deserve to be lawyers and judges. The basis of our existence as lawyers and judges is that we question and we do not accept what is given to us, even as a statement of position. Do not take anything to be the gospel truth merely because somebody tells you that what they are saying is incontrovertibly true. Every day in your legal books, you will realize that there are cases which challenge what was incontrovertibly true and led you to a path of a new truth, a new unraveling of the truth. It is likely that they are convinced of the truth of their own opinion, but that does not absolve or excuse you of your duty to scrutinize the ideas you come across and to take a reasoned stance. University education, in other words, stands for reason, for tolerance, for the adventure of ideas, and for the search of truth.
I'm sure your professors will join me in urging you to inculcate the spirit of inquiry, which will hold you in good stead in the legal profession. While questioning the world around you, do not forget to test your own opinions on the same anvil. Question yourself. Don't only learn to question others. Too very often, people learn to question others, to challenge the judgments of others, but accept their own value judgments as sacrosanct. When you question others, remember you have to question yourselves as well. And questioning your own self means that you must realize that you could be wrong on many more occasions that you imagined that you were. Examine and re-examine your own stance as you learn about the world around you. But the spirit of inquiry does not mean that you question everything. It also requires you to be insatiably curious. Your professors will introduce you to new ideas every day, as will your peers. Do not restrict yourselves to the readings which are prescribed for every class. With the sole motivation of attaining the highest possible grade, you have these little books. When I was doing my law, they used to be called Dukkis in Delhi University. In Mumbai University, they will call the Jhabwalas. So if you are smart, you can get an A+ without a minimum of effort. But that's not the test. The test is not about how smart you are in getting the best grade with the least possible effort. There's something beyond that in learning the law. Be curious about each subject and seek to learn for the sake of knowledge itself. There is no out-of-syllabus question when it comes to curiosity about the world around us. Of course, working hard is a prerequisite to success. Strive towards achieving your goals with single-minded dedication. I will not lie to you and say that you will succeed without exception as long as you work hard. I know of cases I lost, though I thought I'd worked harder than my opponent. But there was something in the case that lay just beyond me and my abilities. You will fail, as I have failed in life. You will be disappointed, as I have faced disappointment in life. And you will find yourself heartbroken, as I have been heartbroken in life. But do not let that deter you from pursuing your goals. Learn from your mistakes, for it is not only your successes that will shape you as an individual, but also your failures. Our failures are more important in so many ways than even our successes. Our successes give us a high. Our failures teach us the essence of our existence. Your professors will be some of the best guides you have in this journey. I cannot help but remember my own days at the Faculty of Law in Delhi University, where, as I said, Professor Upendra Bakshi, Professor Lotika Sarkar, Dr. B. Shivramaya, Dr. B. Erabi, they shaped the individual and the judge that I am today. Dr. Madhav Menon, I went to for editing a paper which I was writing, which was published in the Journal of the Bar Council of India Trust, the Journal of the Bar Council of India, and it was called Evolving Trends and Locus Standi, Models for Decision Making. And I had ended my paper with a quotation. And Dr. Madhav Menon in the Bar Council of India Trust looked up to me and said, never end a paper with a quotation, because what have you said in the paper? Does it end only with something which somebody else has said? Of course, education at the law fac, as we used to call it in Delhi University, was not restricted to the classrooms, but spilled over to the hostel rooms, the hallways, the canteen, the dormitory, and the adda that groups of friends shared. Before I'm accused of being a Chief Justice who is all work and no play, I must say that my time at Delhi University was also great fun. Not many are aware of this, but I moonlighted as a radio jockey in my earlier 20s in All India Radio, doing programs like Play It Cool or A Date With You or Sunday Requests. My love for music persists only even today. So after I'm done with the music
of the lawyers, which is not always music to the ears, I go back and listen to music which is music to the ears every day of my life. I encourage each of you to have a hobby or participate in an activity which interests you outside of the law. Life is long, and you may not remember that you scored a grade of 90 instead of a 95, but you will regret missing out on your friend's or best friend's birthday party. My advice to you today has touched upon numerous themes. I've exhorted you to know yourself, to be kind to yourself, just as you are kind to others, to have an open mind, to inculcate the spirit of inquiry, to work hard, and to have fun. Do remember to have fun. Take your work seriously, but don't take yourself seriously. That is a fairly long list of things for any 18-year-old to be doing, and you may doubt your ability to do it all. Here I will share a secret with you all. Well, it is not so much of a secret as an oft-forgotten truth. No one is born perfect. When I was young, I used to suffer from constant nasal congestion, and I went to this distinguished doctor at what was then a public hospital, the Willingdon Hospital, which is today the Ram Manohar Lohia Hospital. And he looked at me and said, "Son," he said, "God didn't make human beings with calipers." And that's something which has always stuck to me. God doesn't make human beings with calipers. So nobody is born perfect. Learn to love your imperfections, because your imperfections give you that human quality. If we were perfect, we would be robots. And we are not robots. We are human beings. The good news, however, is that we can get where we want to be by practicing the qualities which we seek to possess. We can practice being kind. We can practice the spirit of inquiry. We can practice the exercise of attempting to know ourselves. And we can also practice trying to be fun. I hope none of you needs to practice that. But if you do, what better place than the beautiful beaches of Goa? Finally, I urge each of you to remember that the law cannot be divorced from social change. Regardless of whether you are enrolled for a BA LLB program or a BBA LLB program, you must make it your mission to effect societal change. The law is a powerful tool in the hands of people, but even more so in the hands of lawyers who are familiar with the ins and outs of functioning. As lawyers, we appeared for the best, but we sometimes also appeared for not the very best, people who are in breach of the law. But every one of our appearances taught us something about what it is to be a human and why people behave as they do. If you can say that you have influenced the course of a single life for the better, or that you have touched a single soul, then you would have succeeded beyond measure. I hope I have not given you a mind-boggling set of ideas. I'm not sure I have followed all of them, but as you know, it's easier to preach than it is to practice. And I hope that in the course of preaching to you, I practice better when I wake up every morning from tomorrow onwards. Once again, I offer my heartiest congratulations to everyone involved in establishing this university. I compliment the vision of the Bar Council of India Trust. Truly, it requires that lawyers who constitute the Bar Council of India Trust are not fancy lawyers who have gone to elite law schools across the world, but their vision has emanated from the grassroots where they have grown from. So you must understand that from the grassroots as you rise, you have the vision of the great forest, the great foliage that defines our national culture. Therefore, my great appreciation for the Bar Council of India Trust, headed by its able chairperson, the Bar Council of Maharashtra, Goa,
the government of Goa, who have all collaborated together to produce what I hope will be a center of excellence. My sincere best wishes as you begin the first academic session of the first academic year. Good luck and Godspeed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful address. May I now request Mr. Jayant Jayaphave, Member Bar Council of India and BCI Trust, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Honorable dignitaries on the dais, all the students, their parents and friends. In fact, there should be some rule that after the words of Dr. D.Y. Chandrachud, there should not be any other word. But to complete the formality of the function, a duty has been given to me to propose a vote of thanks, and I must complete it. First of all, while concluding this inaugural ceremony of the first academic session for year 2022-23 of the university, today we have a very pious and an important day, 3rd December, which is an advocate day. So let me wish all the good wishes to the all advocates present here and also the future advocates who will take the responsibility of the future judiciary of this country and also future advocacy of this country. All the best. In fact, establishing this institution is a joint venture of a bar and a bench. You all are aware that along with the Bar Council of India Trust, Honorable Justice B.R. Gawai and Honorable Justice Suryakant Sahib, who are our trustees, and Honorable Dr. D.Y. Chandrachud will be a visitor, and of course, a leader of the trust, a leader of the university will be, of course, Honorable Justice P.S. Narasimha sir. So with all the efforts, joint efforts of the bar and bench, we will make this university successful. So the vote of thanks are formal because we are working together for the betterment of the future judicial system as such. But today we are fortunate to have Honorable Justice Dr. D.Y. Chandrachud, Chief Justice of India, as a chief guest of the function. Sir, we are proud to have you as a visitor here, and your academic excellence, your quality as a jurist are not only recognized in the country, but they are internationally recognized, and your good name will give a further good name to this university, which will definitely give a new shape to the legal education of the country. Sir, we are thankful for sparing a very valuable time today. Honorable Justice B.R. Gawai sir, he is our trustee member. From last 1 year under his guidance, and of course under the guidance of Honorable Justice Suryakant Sahib, we have developed this university. Lot of efforts are taken, lot of difficulties are overcome, and he is a part and parcel of the university, but still precious time has been shared by you, sir, for this university, and therefore we are thankful for you for this contribution. Today, Honorable Chief Minister of the Goa, Dr. Pramod Sawant, is not present, but his immense contribution requires a recognition. Let us give him a big hand. He allotted us these premises. He has given us a land where in a short period, a 5 lakh square feet university will be constructed, and therefore we are thankful to him. Also today, Honorable Justice Suryakant sir is not present, but I express my thanks for his contribution. In this entire process, we are lucky to have a chancellor of the university, Justice P.S. Narasimha, sir. He is another source of the energy for commencing this academic year and this academic session of an university. And I'm sure under his guidance and as a leader of a university, he will give us a thought to develop the university at par to any other university of the world. Thank you very much, sir. I'm also thankful to Honorable Justice Dipankar Datta, Chief Justice of the Bombay High Court and the member of the Executive Committee of the university. Sir, your vision has given a good shape to this university, and in the future also, we expect your active participation. We are thankful to you, sir. We are thankful to Honorable Sri R. Venkatramani, Attorney General for India, who is amongst us. His word of wisdom, you have heard him, and it will be a very important contribution as he will be always guiding our students. So we are thankful to you, sir. The Honorable Law Minister of the Government of Goa, Honorable Shri Nilesh Cabral, sir, he is present. Also Honorable Advocate General of the Goa High Court, Honorable Shri Devidas Pangam, sir. Both are the pillars, backbone for establishing this university. Sir, we are thankful for your contribution. Thank you very much. Honorable Justice M.S. Sonak, a senior judge of Bombay High Court at a Goa bench, who is also a member of our executive committee of the university. But apart from that, when you will be having an opportunity to hear his lecture, and the students will feel that there is someone who will be in a realistic your mentor to become a judge, to become an advocate, what should be your philosophy, ideology, that will be guided definitely by Honorable Justice M.S. Sonak, sir. Sir, we are thankful for everything which you have contributed for this university. And, of course, our Vice Chancellor. Now she is the leader. But today I must thank her on behalf of the Bar Council of India Trust. I must tell that she is a Dean of a Law in a Texas university. And shifting from Texas to a Goa on a request of a Bar Council and also on the request of the Trust is something special. Some Indian heart is there. Indian heart on an international talent is there, and a right appeal was made by Honorable Justice B.R. Gavai that we will get a right Indian person. We got Honorable Dr. Sri Vaidya Raghavan as a Vice Chancellor. Madam, I hope that you will create future Vice Chancellors, future Chief Justice for the country, and I'm thankful for you, Madam. I must express my thanks to my leader of a nation, Manan Kumar Mishra, because it was his dream. He has seen a dream that after 1986, when a National Law University was established, now the society has changed, and we required a modern, international level university which should be regulated by the bar and the bench. A unique, you can go to the Google and you will find that there is no such experiment where bar and bench has joined together and established a university. Advocate Manan Kumar Mishra has done it, and with passion he has completed it with a great efforts for last 1.5 years. Let us give him a big hand, friends. And under his leadership, our Vice Chairman S. Prabhakaran sir, my colleague Dr. Amit Vaidya, our Secretary Sri Srimantu Sen, Sri Srimali sir, my all colleague members of the Bar Council, they have spent their near about 1 year by leaving their practice aside. And therefore today we are able to start this academic year. I am thankful to all of you, including Manan Kumarji. And lastly, I must express, this was a premises which requires a lot of renovation. Our architect madam, Neha Chandok, and an interior designer, Shayana Gupta, has taken a lot of efforts. They have made this premises very beautiful, and it looks like an international, and I hope that in a coming premises, in a 50 acres also, the university will be of such a nature that visitors from the world will come to see that university and also the library. Also, I am thankful to the All India Reporter Private Limited Company who have established the entire library, very modern library, by completely donating the required material of the library. So we are thankful for them. I am thankful to the many dignitaries. Now the time is short. I am not able to take the names of each and every, but I recognize the presence of Sri Satish Chandra Verma ji, Advocate General of the Chhattisgarh. All other senior advocates are present. The Honorable Vice Chancellors are present. The Honorable law firms and their partners are present. They have guided us to our students in a first session. We required your continuous association. Consider this as your university, University of a Bar with the association of the bench, and we should develop the future of the law students. Only criticizing that the legal education is not up to the mark will not be sufficient. We all should contribute, and therefore I just recognize your presence. I thank for all of you for sparing your valuable time. And lastly, all our students, their parents, we know that in the first year there are some shortfalls. Still, you got admissions in our college. You have completely shown faith on the BCI trust. Some difficulty will be there in 3-4 months' time. But definitely, you be assured that such a type of a legal education will be there that after 5 years, you will be recognized as a historical batch of IIULER. And therefore, I thank you. I thank to the parents. Thank you very much.
Now this is the end of the function. I'll request Mr. Lalit Vasin Saab, Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran and his team, the senior partners of the law firms, to come on the dais for the photo session. Sure. The senior advocates of Supreme Court, Mr. Bhatt, Mr. Banerjee, Mr. Datta,
Jana
May I kindly request all the respectable Vice Chancellors present to please join the dais for a photograph with the dignitaries. First batch of the students, a lucky batch to have a first photograph with Honorable Dr. D.Y. Chandrachud. Please come on, rise. Faculty member of IIULER are also requested to join on the dais.
Hello.
नहीं मैं लाया नहीं, मैं गाड़ी में छोड़ा, मैं पता नहीं कैसे। वो आपका नंबर है ना, मानसी है, मैं नहीं